Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you to Choose Greece 2022, which this year is taking place in a flagship venue that is Stavros Niarchos Cultural Center. Choose Greece supports tourism, which in turn promotes sustainability, the emerging destinations, safety, healthcare, crisis management, the opportunities in modern business environment, the employment and growth, which are the pillars for our development. And so we are pursuing the best possible policies in order to promote tourism. And this is the objective of Choose Greece 2022 organized by Olympia Forum. This year will be marked by the pandemic, by the outcome of the Ukrainian war and the energy crisis. And of course, the summer we have in front of us is very challenging. And so we need to embark upon the path of planning, a planning which goes beyond this year. And this because the crisis, be it geopolitical, healthcare, or energy, redefines and has an important impact on tourism. We have a number of challenges to face. World tourism has plummeted. And so this cannot be an immaterial occupation, but we need know-how, strategy, technology, and national understanding in order to be up to the international competition. The tourist industry is changing across the world, which is also an opportunity to find windows of opportunity to find professional practices. Tourist destination management and the creation of a long-term strategy are necessary tools. We need a far-reaching planning and design in order to get rid of the non-orderly schemes followed to date in order to extend from a space and time point of view our proposition. We need a model that will allow all Greek regions to create their own products based on sustainability and quality. Tourism can and should have a leading role, being a catalyst of Greece extroversion for a Greece which has managed to survive, to innovate, and to be at the forefront. Thank you.
Το ρολόι θα το φτιάξουμε, να μετράει ανάποδα. Ένα, δύο, τέλεια. Μπορώ να ξεκινήσω.
May I start? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. And of course, let us wish all the best for the upcoming tourist season for this spring. And I would like to have a discussion with Mrs. Sofia Zaharaki, Deputy Minister of Tourism. I can see your smile, and this certainly emits a sign of optimism, Minister. Unfortunately, there's still an ongoing war. We seem to be out of the pandemic, but we are all expecting something good. Mrs. Nikolscu, good morning to all. Thank you very much. Indeed, these are the first bright days when it comes to the recovery of tourism. I would like to thank Choose Greece for the second consecutive year, which is becoming an institution. And I would like to thank Mr. Varouksis for his inspirational words. And allow me to touch upon the first issue, which has to do, obviously, with the first impact, the first impressions of the war and the recovery we have been witnessing. So we also have had arrivals and not only bookings. And so you do have a general picture. Yes, Prime Minister Mr. Mitsotakis selected the Ministry of Tourism. This is a highly symbolic move, together with Mr. Skertsos and Minister of Tourism Mr. Kikilias, to provide figures. And so we presented him the report on arrivals, planned flights of a number of air carriers, and the first conclusion to be drawn is that we have more flights to more destinations and with a higher capacity aircraft. Many are wondering, because of the war, the balance, the visitors' balance may change, because we have many tourists coming from Russia, traditionally. And so what is your first impression about the impact of the war on arrivals, Mrs. Zacharaki? Certainly this is a highly topical debate, and we can see dynamic development in the upcoming season. Many people are interested in using to the utmost any form of tourism, so that that Greece may become a destination for each and every month of the year. So in order to extend the seasonality, the tourism season. So I was saying, to answer to your question, that indeed there is some concern. There is concern, especially when it comes to regions exposed to Ukrainian and Russian visitors. We can understand that we cannot take for granted the arrivals from those countries this year. On the other hand, though, over the past years, we have had a limited exposure to Russia, to Russian arrivals. After the annexation of Crimea in 2014, the Russian agency which stopped its operation, and so also we have seen the trend of Russian going to neighboring countries as Turkey. We have a record of flights from the US, a record of bookings of approximately 470,000 posts booked, and with interesting in hubs, for example, in Atlanta. For the first time, we can see Boston, Philadelphia featuring for the first time as cities of origin. So they choose Greece. Right, they choose Greece. This is a slogan which we could adopt, certainly. The UK, again, last year there was a delay in the arrival of UK, of British tourists, because of the COVID restrictions. Now this year we have received reassuring signals. The same goes for France, with air carriers which have doubled their posts and their flights for Greece, the Nordics, Israel, and of course the neighboring country, which traditionally head to the northern Greece. So the figures are reassuring, and let us wait to see. Another question. From May 1st, there seems to be some loosening when it comes to the vaccination certificate. So when it comes to the healthcare situation, what are we to expect this summer? Are you thinking of the protocols? Yes, of course. I know that there's an ongoing work right now. Yes, you know that the Ministry of Health have taken a specific given position when it comes to the use of the mask. But of course, this will be subject to the curves of the pandemic. And of course, the use of mask will be recommended in the hotels, especially during breakfast. You may imagine that. On the other hand, businessmen receive in due time information in order to adapt to the new circumstances. I believe that this loosening of the restrictions and the return back to normality certainly paves the way for a comeback of tourists. And I believe that we will see our expectations being exceeded. Yes, certainly. Because of the COVID, there will be a coexistence. Another question. People want to travel, but the question is whether they can afford it. Because we all know that now we have been experiencing a rise in prices, the energy crisis, and we have seen an increase in transport cost, in hospitality. So how can we manage all that? We have seen that when it comes to the average price announced regularly by the Hotel Chamber Institute remains more or less at the same levels as last year, which means that we have been trying to absorb the cost in order not to create an additional burden to Greek households. All are entitled to sometimes or some days of holidays. During the Catholic Easter, for example, we saw tourists coming to Greece with bigger capacity, etc. The Greeks also, yes, that was an excellent Easter, right? Tourism, that was we witnessed many people leaving Athens to go to provinces and spend some days of holidays. Certainly, the signals were encouraging. Also, when it comes to bookings, arrivals, but there was a specific element that we need to take stock. There were many walk-ins and last-minute bookings, which means that some people have decided to travel even without a booking. Last-minute decision. And that was very important because it allowed many businesses to work and to earn some money, which is why we saw, for example, percentages from 70 to 90 or even 100% with a geographical dispersion. I mean, we saw also our villages being full of people. You talked about the employees in the sector of tourism, and of course what is at stake is also training, reskilling, upskilling. And I know that you have been trying to promote all that. Certainly, there's no magic formula when it comes to this issue. I would like to thank my partners, my colleagues from the ministry. Our directors have spared no effort to provide to the young who trust us a better training in tourism in order to have a more promising future. Allow me to be more concrete. Our great undertaking has to do with restructuring of tourism education. Things have not been bright over the past year, so we would like to mark a new beginning. So we received more than 500,000 from the European Commission. There are interministerial working groups with a view to creating a tourist academy that will include all the relevant schools, technical schools, guides, schools, also English speaking and other foreign courses in other languages in order to attract students from abroad. And the second most important thing is that we have assured, with the assistance of our members, 46 million euro for a far-reaching reskilling upskilling project to obtain new competencies or to reskill for 20,000 unemployed and young people. So subsidized programs with an updated curriculum, which responds to the needs of the market. I can see Mr. Patoulis here. Attica is the exotic Attica is indeed a beautiful region, and so let us see how we will promote holidays in Attica. But we certainly want to attract tourists towards the islands, while also attracting tourists to northern Greece. So what are we to do, Minister? All you want is Greece. This is the message I would like to convey, and our slogan this year is this. So it may be, certainly, I mean, Greece maybe is synonym in the public imagination with sun and sand, but what about our mountains? Now, this year, for example, we launched, Greece does have a winter campaign. We participated in conferences, in fairs for pertaining to mountain tourism. Many people don't know that we also have 24 skiing centers. I mean, many tourists would say, oh, you do have a winter as well. I suppose, Mr. Patoulis, you have seen that happening, right, in many international forums. So we have been trying in conjunction with the mountainous destination to try to build our brand name, which will not only be linked to the sand, to the beaches, but also there's ecotourism, there are thermal spas, there is religious tourism. In the case of ecotourism, for example, we cooperate with the Ministry of Environment and the Dianeosis to launch a new strategy to try to attract the attention of tourism in mild tourism in protected areas, and here feature many mountains of Greece. We also have bicycling, sports tourism. There are various forms of tourism. Also, we have gastronomy and tourism. Certainly, we have created a path. We already visited Santorini, Western Macedonia. You can all understand why we have opted for Western Macedonia. I mean, apart from the great quality of wine, also Nemea, Corinthia, Arcadia, Argos, which is full of wineries. And of course, we will also continue in Attica. We will go to Crete, because we're trying to promote the label of sustainable wineries. And we are also trying to promote the number of visitors in other kinds of structures. Another question. Certainly, I need to acknowledge that the people in tourism are trying to upgrade the aesthetics of tourism. For so many years, we used to see hotels full of cement, beaches full of plastic chairs. So I suppose that quality and aesthetics is also to promote such a customized approach. Apart from aesthetics, we also have sustainability. So many hotel businesses opt for sustainable solutions, sustainable instrument, because we have seen through the studies carried out that tourists are willing to pay more for a hotel or for holidays which are more sustainable, more eco-friendly. Right, sustainability, green, let's say, is not just a buzzword. It is a way of life for many visitors. And certainly, and you will continue to see that certainly tourists will continue to opt for sustainable destinations. When it comes to aesthetics, through the development law, there is the possibility for three-star hotels to be part or to participate in leader other regional program for aesthetic upgrade. And there is a plethora of financial instruments that can indeed help a hotel to take the extra mile in order to provide quality options. And we saw amidst the pandemic that the average expenditure increased by 27%. So this is an important hint. Now it is approximately 700 euro. This is the average expenditure. And of course, we need to scientifically monitor that that this is not just transitory, that this is not just a professional trend, but rather it is here to stay. It's important for Greece to have access, a robust access to quality tourism flows. Now, another question for you. We could say that in Greece, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Tourism in Greece are happy people happy to promote Greece abroad. What does the brand name Greece means abroad? I have to say that our pride, our joy, and the energy, the passion you have in speaking about this country is inexhaustible. On the other hand, there's another dimension which is very important, and it has nothing to do with the party politics. I would like to ask how many people participated in European Forum over the past years and what was their impression about this country. So the picture of Greece has changed abroad. Certainly, we are more self-confident when we talk about Greece abroad. We took specific initiatives in tourism. The Greek Prime Minister suggested the European Green Certificate, which was adopted as a solution. And this is something we have been experiencing in the framework of European fora. Many people kept asking us advice, and they all acknowledge the efforts made here to restart tourism. So we have 20 seconds left. Why to choose Greece? Just give us some hints here, because it can offer anything. All you want is Greece. Greece is all you want, and we will keep on trying, improving our infrastructure, helping our human resource flourish in this difficult conjuncture, but this country is really the most beautiful in the world. It is a source of inspiration. I would like to thank Mr. Varouxis and Peloponnesos newspaper. Again, the Patris newspaper and Mr. Varouxis, not the Peloponnesos. That was a mistake. So thank you very much for this initiative taken. I wish you fruitful proceedings. And Deputy Minister, thank you so much for this discussion. And let us hope that this optimism will become tangible, will give rise to tangible effects and results. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Θεσπανό, αλλά ήταν πιο όμορφο, πιο... Να πάνε και να πατέψουν. Είναι πιο φυσικό, πίστεψέ με. Το θες πάνω, ό,τι θες. Πες μου πώς το θες.
When we're ready, we can start. Please tell me when I will be able to start. So, good morning once again. Let me thank Olympia Forum, Patrice newspaper, and Mr. Varouxis for this marvelous initiative this year as well. We have with us, as I said before, the regional governor of Attica, Mr. Patoulis, and the president of the Medical Association. Lately, we have been discussing for tourism quite a lot. I believe that each time I see you and in every interview we are having, there is something more positive to add. I think that you are dealing with tourism, and quite rightly, I would say, I would like to deeply thank for this invitation in an era where everybody should feel extroversion. And the post-COVID era, in this post-COVID era, Attica is here. And the product of Attica is here. What do you mean by that? I mean the tourist version of it. Attica is here. That's why I would like to thank you for this invitation. So, Attica region, the main dwelling of half Greece, or at least of a very big portion of the Greek population. I live downtown, besides, as the journalist, and I like Markopoulo and Porto Rafti, these exotic regions. The big question, the $1 million question, Mr. Regional Governor, is the following. Somebody visiting our country, why and how should they have vacation in Attica? Choose Greece, but choose the region of Attica. Why? Because Attica may offer everything. It is the eternal city, the worldwide eternal city. Through culture and history, you can discover marvelous places so that you can have fun, admire, and be able to create a smaller or bigger well-being for your own life. I would argue that if you add the very good hotels that we have, but also the good temperature, the climate, and the fact that we may offer both mountain and sea, I believe that Attica is jealous of nothing. There is the phrase, the Attica Riviera. Yes, the Attica Riviera, we are talking about the 70 kilometers of our southern part in Attica. Apart from the fact that there is natural beauty there, I would argue that there are very significant projects that will highlight the best point of the Mediterranean in a few years' time through the network of the pedestrian ways and through the bike lanes. The Deputy Minister, Mrs. Zaharaki, alluded to that. She talked about the bike lanes and about the themed tourism. We had a very important event yesterday with Mr. Lefteris Avianakis on bike, which is undergoing. You may watch it on Alpha TV until May 1st. The bike tour. Yes, rightly. Yes, it was in Attica. We were there. So I would argue that, talking about the Athens Riviera, I would say that this creates a different Attica. An Attica that in some years' time, not only shall it offer culture and climate, but it may offer convenience about the fact that it can be jealous of no Mediterranean or worldwide city near the sea. I imagine, Mr. Patoulis, after a big challenge, rather, for you is waste, infrastructure, big projects that you have already started, because what it takes is an effort to transform the flows of the past. Where do we stand when it comes to big projects? It is true that Attica for many, many years was lagging behind according to the population criteria, but also according to its attraction. I would say that we have run many different projects within 2.5 years. We were able to cover gaps of decades. When it comes to green region, related of course to the management of solid waste, we would like what we undertook, which was the biggest landfill of Philly, the biggest landfill in Europe, we want to upgrade Athens as the capital for recycling and bio-waste management. We are not saying so. It's not a wishful thinking. Already, we have implemented the biggest European recycling program financed by the NSRF, and it will amount to 200 million euros to create some spots of recycling. Already, we give to different municipalities these tools to manage bio-waste. The biggest project in Greece, this right now, with 180 modern vehicles for the management of bio-waste, but also circular economy and recycling factories, which already are in the second phase of the tendering. So I believe that for the first time, Attica may be optimistic, and from the last place, it may rank first when it comes to circular economy and management of bio-waste. What does this mean? It means a green footprint, environmental footprint, and safe region through the following procedure. On the one hand, many different streams that are cleaned up meticulously, and big projects that are done when it comes to water, rain, and when it comes to infrastructure in order to be able to reach to a resilient and safe region. On the other hand, though, I would argue that the big iconic projects that are being developed throughout Attica, from Falliron, we skipped phase one. We will have a tender a project of 260 million euros. I would argue that the most important projects, like Microlimano, we were able to manage it, or the National Gallery. Yes, a marvelous project, Governor. Yes, a marvelous project. You are right. The region contributed by 50% to its financing, but also other projects like digitization of the Acropolis Museum, projects that are not visible but might be discovered by the visitors, those who are interested in these projects. In any neighborhood of Attica, 1,000 projects, small or big, right now are being developed, and they are changing totally Attica at the level of infrastructure, from change of lighting LEDs for the night period until the green Attica, blue Attica, because let us not forget, Mrs. Nicolchou, that the crown jewels to us of Argos, Aragon Gulf, these unique islands of ours that may offer marvelous and unique moments, are the ones that may create a different tourist capacity for our Attica and our country. Energy sector, we have discussed that as well. Your priorities, your initiatives, because unfortunately we are under an energy crisis. Many things have gone expensive, and of course the goal, as Mrs. Zaharakis said before, the goal is not to see the cost being skyrocketed for the final user. It is true that the energy issue, which is a worldwide problem, I would argue that it is a European national one at least, it is a topic that concerned us as a region in the past, at least when it comes to this period. We have opted for specific procedures. Apart from the changes for the energy footprint in public buildings, obviously, in these cases, we finance elementary schools or municipal infrastructure, state buildings, so that we will have no energy loss. But at the same time, a big effort when it comes to the electrification of vehicles. Already the whole fleet of our region changes and will be based on electrification. in spite of the fact that we want to create electrification in small vessels. That will be the tour, and this is a first through this presentation, which will be the tour of the Athens Riviera. It will be like the buses. Yes, exactly. There will be a coastal tour, all right, through an electrified vessel, having a lower footprint for each tourist. So each tourist may visit the coastal line of Attica until Sunion, Cape Sunion. I would also argue that we can create the different environmental energy cells that will produce energy which will use other forms of energy, wind, the wind, of course, and the sun. All that will create a different approach when it comes to the footprint of energy, both cheap energy, but at the same time, environmentally friendly energy. We should be frank. Let us have in mind that energy crisis didn't come up on its own. It came as a result of the third industrial revolution, and it came out of the very awkward way we dealt with the environment through the production of energy through fossil fuel or hydrocarbons. This is an issue of our country, our region. We are dealing with that in a very difficult period. Yes, it is a transition period because there are other issues, hydrocarbons, of course, then the war in Ukraine, which will create an unforeseeable issue related to natural gas and energy overall, which can be stopped by Russia. However, this should not stop us when it comes to the environment. This is a priority. Attica will be the hero. Mrs. Zacharaki alluded to that before. She talked about culinary tourism, gastronomic tourism. We have sea, we have sun in Attica, we have a marvelous sky in Athens, many different things to see, but also you can also drink and eat. What about your initiatives? Let me tell you that we're doing many things. Yes. You love gastronomy. Yes, we love food. We are foodies as people. Yes, exactly. I believe that life is related to gastronomy and to wine tasting and food tasting. Yes, otherwise Dionysus would not be our god. Of course, we had an Olympian god, but I would say that ancient Greeks knew what they did. I mean, that in our Attica there is the primary sector of production from olive oil to wine. Obviously, the area of Mesogia and even the western part of Attica, they do have significant production. Let us also not forget the famous pistachio of Aegina Island, the figs of Markopoulo. We cannot forget the honey of Kythera. And Kythera belonged to Attica. Obviously, in terms of administration, they belong to Attica. I would also argue that significant projects have taken place in Kythera. It is an island that deserves to be visited. We, as a region, we have invested a lot in Kythera and in Antikythera Island as well. I think that whoever visits it will worth it. In any wide level, we are doing many presentations. Let us not forget that the Mediterranean diet is a Greek diet. I would argue the diet of Attica. You're right. Yeah, so along with all this part of food tasting, but also well-being and the sun coverage for at least 100 days per year may create a huge pool of thematic tourism that may create tourism around the year. This duration should be our target in our personal view. Along with the Directorate of Tourism in our region, let me tell you, in cooperation with the competent Ministry of Tourism, which has two friends, I would say, but also two iconic people, both Vasilis Kikilias, but also Mrs. Sofia Zacharaki, are the heads of this ministry. They give a push to whatever we think. Having said that, we are particularly happy because right now Attica has a great potential for thematic tourism related to health tourism, well-being tourism. And I will also reveal something else to you. We want also to create the global health village. We know where this will take place. Where will be the whereabouts? In Attica. Okay, okay. North, it will be northeast, because many projects are taking place there, which will give us the possibility to use this region of Attica and promote it. Marvelous. Indeed, both with Mrs. Zaharaki and with Mr. Patoulis, this topic is marvelous. We can discuss for many, many hours about tourism, about Greece, about potential different options. I would like to deeply thank you as well, Governor. Please do visit Attica. We love it. We stay here. We have our summer house in Attica. It's a marvelous place. It is a challenge to all and an invitation by us to you. Thank you, Mr. Patoulis. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I would like to greet you. I would like to thank once again Patrice newspaper, Mr. Varksis, and Olympia Forum for this initiative. Thank you.
Πάρα πολύ ωραία. Εντάξει.
Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning to all. Can you hear me? Yes. I would like to thank you all for being here. I would love to have Mrs. Gerekou here next to me, the president of the Greek National Association, but she could not join us. But thankfully, technology is by our side. And so thanks to technology, we can resolve any problem whatsoever. So I would like to welcome Mrs. Gerekou, who is here with us, connected remotely. I would love to be there with you, but I am still in Corfu for specific commitments, prior commitments. So thanks to technology, I have at least this possibility to talk to you remotely. Thank you. Thank you very much for having accepted our invitation, Mrs. Gerekou. Now, I would like to start with gastronomy, especially Mediterranean diet, starting with a recent successful event organized by the Greek National Association, Greek Tourism National Association. Because certainly we are not sure to what an extent this brand has gained the attention it deserves. To what an extent Greece is known for its Mediterranean cuisine, and I would like you to share your view. Allow me to first and foremost thank the organizing committee and the Patrice newspaper and Olympia Forum. So much has been said, and you have already touched upon, Mrs. Zaharaki, Mr. Patoulis, the topic about gastronomy. So, as a president of EOT, of the Greek National Tourism Association, and as a former politician, I would like to share with you some thoughts about gastronomic tourism and what Greece, with its unique cultural identity, may give through the title Greek, the country of well-being. Indeed, Greece has all the ingredients, especially now in the post-COVID era, and given the humanitarian and energy crisis, Greece, I was saying, can indeed offer to the new visitor what they need, whatever they need, which is why our campaign entitled What You Want is Greece is very targeted. So what the visitors need, and this is all information we have gained and insight we have gained through the research carried out. So, today's tourists need a holistic experience. Apart from the slogan "Sun and Sand," which certainly will continue to be part of our proposition, today's visitors need an authenticity and quality in their localized experience. Visitors need to feel as if they were at home at any corner of Greece. So, body, spiritual, mental balance. And certainly gastronomy and cuisine and diet is par excellence important for that. From the ancient times, Mediterranean diet has been present in Greece. It features in today's gastronomy as well. And so this is what we included in our Lycabettus symposium organized some days ago. And so we can draw the following conclusion. And allow me to say that there are excellent events and initiatives taken. We, as EOT, would like to promote Greece following, of course, the strategy adopted by the ministry. Now, maybe, it is by far the most appropriate moment to showcase that link between tourism and, as I like to say, the economy of hospitality may go hand in hand with culture and gastronomy and the diet and cuisine as inextricably linked. This may be as a holistic proposition proposed by Greece, which also differs from what we have known over the past decades. And we see an increasing number of young people trying to find something similar to that. Okay, allow me to touch upon the issues one by one. You're right. Do you believe this is also an opportunity for the less famous, the less popular destinations, for they indeed have this authenticity, this unique characteristic, the quality of their local produce. So is this an opportunity for them? Certainly, and this is our top priority. We have shown that through our campaigns. Mrs. Zaharaki talked about the initiatives taken throughout the country, and the symposium we, of course, organized some days ago, aspire to
σύμφωνα με τις καμπάνιες και τις τελευταίες που γνωρίζετε, να αναδειχθούν οι λιγότερο επίσης προβεβλημένες περιοχές.
The less popular destinations, smaller islands. Let us not forget that there are a number of treasure islands with less than 3,000 inhabitants. So after all, in the aftermath of the pandemic, the crisis, all these the restrictions, we can showcase that we have safe destinations. We have a mainland of extreme beauty with small local identities. Since 2009, when I served as Minister of Tourism, we have seen many steps having been taken. We have rural tourism, the countryside tourism, sustainability, our local products, the Greek tradition, all that back then did not find the breeding ground to be promoted. But today, in the aftermath of this crisis and with a new philosophy, we can see that Greece is synonym to thousands of destinations throughout the year. As you have acknowledged, now the concept has changed. I believe we are ready more than ever to claim a better position in the world tourism landscape. So what are the actions taken by EOT, by the Greek National Tourism Organization, to attract the visitors, those visitors who need something different, who need something particular? And what is your view of the future? What is the strategy for the forthcoming months and years? As you have seen, our campaign are eloquent when it comes to thematic, experiential, gastronomic, sports, cultural tourism. So all these different forms of tourism showcase this new trend. And of course, our campaigns and strategy is flexible and agile and depends also on the markets we have been opening. This year, we launched a cooperation with the Nordic countries. We have invested more in our campaign there because there are people in search of naturalistic solutions for their holidays, and so quality, environmental friendly for them is priority. And so the visitors, those peoples from the Nordic countries will not use the same criteria to select their tourism destination unless it is safe, sustainable, quality-driven, sustainability-driven and eco-friendly. And so we are agile depending on the markets we want to focus on. This year we also saw an increase in the flights from the US, and we have also invested in attracting American visitors from Canada, also Austria. Austrian visitors find cultural tourism as a top priority. I would like to announce that we again opened our agency, our branch in Madrid. And there is a twofold aspiration here. First, to promote and to attract Spanish visitors who travel but do not come to Greece. And secondly, create a link with Latin America. Believe me, the research and survey we have carried out have disclosed there is an interest from the peoples of those countries in Greece. But we need to reinforce the channel of communication with those people in order to attract them. So, and this is certainly a pillar of the central government strategy, so an opening to Latin America. Certainly, therefore, crisis gives rise to windows of opportunities, but we have certainly proven that both the public and the private sector are up to the task and able to leverage this new conjuncture. Transition is not easy, but thanks to our synergies and with consistency, we may give rise to small miracles. Allow me also to ask that in conjunction conjunction with regions, with our 13 regions. As you know, we started in the framework of the Community of Regions. So today, more than ever, with the Article 57 of the new law, the real and substantial cooperation and synergy we have to adopt a renewed approach vis-à-vis the local regional identities will certainly bear its fruits, with a view to promoting convergence in order not to create confusion for our visitors, and of course by highlighting the particularities and local identities of our small destinations. This is true, Mrs. Guerreco. We need convergence because indeed we have seen the coexistence of multiple voices, and this sometimes creates cacophony. You have repeatedly touched upon sustainable development, and without sustainable development we cannot have tourism development. So this is a criterion for the new generations. This is a criterion they use to select their destination. So share kindly your views with us. Are we ready? Have we fully perceived the value of this undertaking, of the need to change mindset and philosophy in order to pass from words to deeds towards a new reality? We have touched upon the benefits of technology, and thankfully there are the best practices of sustainable development that can be showcased to the world. And technology is a great hand of help to that end. If we talk about tourism, so there is this message to communicate, to convey, but we need to promote the cooperation of local people with the local government and the central state, which is a conditio sine qua non. We have good practices, I was saying, which come from other countries and can be replicated here from small countries. For example, Slovenia, government, local government, and the local associations, in conjunction with GSTC, a World Certification Organization, an organization which guides a country in becoming more accessible, more sustainable, etc., because accessibility is also very important. Okay, accessibility is certainly a must in this endeavor. So Slovenia, after a decade of hard work, is by 80% a country with sustainable development, ecological conscience, ecological and sustainable tourism throughout the year. So why Slovenia, not Greece? And we have multiple added value and comparative advantages, and no need to reinvent the wheel. There are good practices, there is know-how. Let us dare. Let also the local government to cooperate all together to find synergies. And I would like also to stress the need to specialize. Not all of us know everything. There are strategies, there is data, there are experts, experienced people who may support each and every mayor, regional governor, or a competent authority, so that the competent authorities may comply with all the obligations imposed by the option to promote sustainability and accessibility. Allow me to say that bioclimatic architecture, and I'm talking to you with my other hat as an architect. So this architecture, which both in Europe and in the US is a strong and is a promising sector, here lags behind. And this is a country where we have sun, we have wind, we have renewable energy sources, but this needs also to be at the very core of a central policy. We need to provide incentives. Thankfully, the European Union provides financial instruments to promote investment in this sector. So bioclimatic design is very important in order to save energy, and an increased penetration of RES we desperately need as a country. We have, as I was saying, sun, wind, geothermal energy. There's a great potential in Greece without affecting the environment. And so what we need at the end of the day is the right guidance from experienced people and, of course, localization of all best practices that we can identify abroad, while we also enhance and change our mindset. Mrs. Gereku, 15 minutes could never suffice for such a thorough discussion, but hopefully we provided an overview. So choose Greece and let us choose the ways that will make us become better. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Greece, the country of well-being. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let us now welcome the next guest.
Τέσσερα θέλω. Τέσσερα.
Τα πήγα εκεί.
Συγγνώμη.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great joy to be here today, and we shall present major conclusions that in the field of this research we have already been successful. The topic of tourism is of paramount importance, but also important is the challenge that we are all facing to continue this dynamic growing course of this field, which is the cornerstone of the Greek economy. It is obvious that in a world that constantly evolves, growth models change. And of course, this is linked to the topic of tourism. Greek tourism today is facing and focuses on three main parameters. It is massive, which means of low income mainly. It is seasonal, since within 2 months' time it must serve a population double or triple than the one that it can serve. And it is monothematic, because sea and sun, as you may have already listened by the previous speakers, is the main motto. This motto, we should consider that this motto has become obsolete. We are interested, and we should take good care of building a new holistic model based on the knowledge and on the experience that are the deep source of joy of a new need sought after each tourist, each visitor. We are happy because our country has many sources of inspiration and knowledge. This is, I'm talking about history, natural resources, tradition, culture, culinary tradition, the adventure itself. But also, we have many competitive advantages. Yet, no matter how many times we keep repeating this model, today, through the research project of Dianeosis, we must say what should be done from now on. What happened was done rightly, but many times tourism is not a matter of ad or promotion, it's a matter of projects. And these projects are about specific topics. The product itself that needs a new positioning. It's about infrastructure, the institutional framework, because without it, developing projects in reality cannot take place. We're talking about skills that the personnel should have, and to people related to tourism, digital support, individualized services, because needs are very specific, and this might help to the different themes even in other eras. Other privileges would be safety, easy accessibility, and sectorialization. Right now, this must be linked to regional development, because each part of Greece has its own characteristics, has its own needs, and with the participation of society itself, it may contribute to its growth. I will not elaborate on the way through which this is done, because we have a brilliant panel of eminent scientists. Dianeosis is cooperating with them. So you will have the chance to listen to some of the research projects that we have already conducted, because as I have already told you, it's not a matter of what we want, but of how we should do it and what should be done from now on. Dianeosis has conducted a series of research. It's about Natura 2000 regions, which are not used. I'm talking about cruises. We have the lowest percentage of participation throughout the Mediterranean Sea. Imagine that out of the 15 million euros, Greece doesn't have even half. We're talking about young tourists. We're talking about tourist ports, agri-food, tourism, which must be protected against the impact of climate change. And today you shall have the chance to listen to these speeches. Export of agricultural products, which is an ambassador, a way to attract foreign visitors, and many more. There is not the necessary time. I will give straight away the floor to our eminent scientist, Kostas Kartalis, who is a professor at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, to talk to us about the impact of climate change, because if we don't support it, then our future will be fatal. We have George Vangelas, Associate Professor at the University of the Aegean. He's going to elaborate on the tourist ports in Greece, and Ms. Maria Papadopoulou, Professor, School of Rural Surveying Engineering of the National Technical University of Athens and President of OFIPECA. Thank you very much for your attention, and we shall have the chance to discuss, if needs be, any other questions that you might raise. Thank you. So I may start directly. Yes. Good morning. The partnership with Yanneos, as Mr. Nicolaou said, was about the impact of climate crisis on tourism, not just on tourism, but on the growth model of our country. Obviously, the growth model of this country has one pillar. The main pillar is tourism. Either this is about the GDP or the mobility of citizens, or both, or the promotion of our country, or all of it together. First of all, I would like to tell you that climate crisis is a parameter that should be taken into account when it comes to the new plan in our country. It is a parameter that is being taken into account when it comes to the plan of all countries, mainly the developed ones, because we know the impact. It is not a theoretical quest. But from the beginning, let me also tell you that we must be very cautious when we are naming climate crisis. Greece will never turn into Sahara, not even the Aegean Sea will flood. Mr. Vagelos should not worry whether the infrastructure of the University of the Aegean will face any threats. There will be impact, of course. We can see impact already, but we must be very cautious because scientific knowledge should also guide the political knowledge, but also the public opinion in order to avoid any argument of potential risk. We are in face of a new reality. What about the climate crisis and tourism? How are they linked? With Yanneos, as I told you before, we conducted research to the University of Athens trying to examine this impact in the different tourist areas of our country, making a distinction between different areas. We are going to examine that later on. And on the other hand, we want to talk about the resilience of infrastructure. This is very important because infrastructure does not have an infinite resilience, because infrastructure is aging, and this should be taken into account. So to start with some slides, because necessarily I will use the slides since I have some data from a map. It would be very difficult to describe a map. Only Pausanias could have done that. Here, let me give you the first impact. You can see the square here in blue. You can see what are the evaluations coming from the climate models used for the region of Greece, focusing on the Mediterranean, that is on the southeast Mediterranean. There's an increase of heat waves that could reach 15 to 20 days per year. The second parameter, because it affects the landscape, and this will be said by Ms. Papadopoulou, is related to the decrease of precipitation. According to the area of its country, it may reach rather 30% during summertime. Then we have days of high risk for wildfires and forest fires. This is increased because there is a dryness of the landscape and the increase of temperature, two parameters that affect the forest fires, and of course the adverse weather conditions. This is the most characteristic parameter. They seem to be more intense and more frequent. The southeast Mediterranean seems that is affected by the climate crisis already, which is going to become even worse shortly. The recent report by the UN highlights these conclusions for our region, which imposes us to take into account this parameter of climate crisis when it comes to the plan of our country. We're talking about the growth plan. I'm not talking about the next NSRF, which ends in 2027. Development means looking at having a horizon until 2030, 2040, and 2050, and putting in between landmarks. In other words, how we want Greece in 2050. If 2050 seems distant, imagine how close in our mind is 1990, again 30 years ago. Next slide. You can see here the air temperature, a characteristic parameter during the summertime. Please keep in mind the lower part from left to the right. As the color turns red, this means that conditions become worse. How this has happened, you might ask me. The UN use different scenarios. The middle one is the average one. That is, the planet is doing something to mitigate the problem. When it comes to the bottom right, is means rather the planet may achieve nothing and will lose control. The increase of temperature may reach 2.5 to 3 degrees Celsius. You can understand the worsening of the different conditions. Precipitation. Consequently, we can keep the lower maps. Precipitation is decreased. A decrease which is more frequent in the southern part. So this combination worsens things: increased temperature, lower precipitation, increased risk for forest fires. We made a distinction. First, we examined tourism in cities. We opted for specific cities. You can see them in a green dot here on the map. On these cities, we worked, again, looking into the different areas. We talked about heat waves. Heat wave is the characteristic parameter affecting the tourist product, but it also affects the resilience of infrastructure. To what extent there is adequate energy for cooling, and of course, if there are the proper health infrastructures, because this is about people coming to our country or people circulating in our country if they are Greeks. Consequently, a thermal episode may affect health, which means another planning for the NHS. Yet again, you see how areas change. Some axes, some regions have become worse in red color. What we keep from all these maps is that there is a worsening, regardless of whether the scenario is the most optimistic one, the more pessimistic, the bigger the problem. Now, will we manage to face the problem? The situation, I would argue, if I need to be a bit optimistic, the situation you can see on the map in between, the average scenario could not be skipped. There will be an increase of temperature for sure. That may lead to 2 degrees Celsius for the Greek area as well. Based on today's reality, which become worse since the war in Ukraine has created a change in the mindset of countries. They trust more coal, thus more greenhouse emissions are created, which hinders our fight against the climate change. Now, buildings. How more air conditioning should we use, because we have adverse weather conditions, in order to have a good quality within the buildings? I'm talking about hotels and some other infrastructure. It can be a terminal of an airport. Yet we have a very important increase. Along with the climate crisis that we saw, we must see the energy adequacy of the tourist areas. Take into account that for a small time period, many people go there, and consequently their energy adequacy becomes worse. This depends on the bearing capacity, especially on our islands. We see that there are different areas in our country getting the impact of the climate crisis, decrease the number of tourists. In Venice, there is a daily threshold. In other areas as well. I would argue that this should be perceived by some islands of the Aegean, maybe Santorini with the cruise ships, because the whole system receives much burden. We opted for some other areas. You can see them on the map, from Rhodes to Crete, and from Pieria to Chalkidiki, to see some areas which are not urban. In these areas, we worked with the parameter of thermal incidents and climate cases with 3 continuous warm days and nights, temperatures more than 38 degrees Celsius during the day and more than 25 degrees Celsius during night. It means a burdened condition. In all 3 cases, we have an increase of these days. Unfortunately, I cannot describe the scheme in detail when it comes to the lower part, which is the analysis per region, but let us keep the following. This worsening is important, but this worsening can be dealt with. This is the message that we must all keep. It is not something that is not reversible. Through the proper tools, we can face this increase of temperature, which is exogenous. It does not depend on domestic reasons, but on the global warming problem. Last slide to come to the end. The importance of these is that, according to the previous figures, we must take into account climate crisis. We cannot live without. this add-up should be done in a way that is going to be systematic and being patient time-wise. No measure will deliver from one day to the other. We need some depth of time, persistence, and intensity in our efforts. If this is feasible, then it is sure that there will be a better dealing of this crisis. The optimistic view is that there are some ideas that this can be good for our tourism, meaning that we can prolong the tourist period, thus we can have a shift of the population of our guests in other seasons of the year. However, this evaluation is so uncertain. No country has managed to get to a final evaluation whether the data will be positive but the impact negative. I will keep now the negative impact, having my average status to be quite cautious when it comes to our tourist product. But let me highlight that what the scientific community is doing. Let me highlight that there must be special planning to protect our tourist regions, tourism, and the growth of our country. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you indeed, Mr. Kartalis. Thank you.
Τώρα ακούγομαι.
Thank you, Mr. Kartalis. Thank you indeed for the enlightening presentation based on the study carried out by the National University of Athens and the analysis. So you have set the framework and you have named the essential challenge for tourism in the next decade, but now we need to elaborate on that. So I would like to ask Mr. Vangelas if you could share with us some thoughts about the port strategy, port policy, and what we can do to attract milder forms of tourism. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me here. Thank you. Thank you for that. I need the pointer. So we have heard the previous speaker says to the need that we need to get rid of the mass tourism model. We need to specialize our tourist proposition, and I believe that the study carried out by the analysis is certainly showcasing how important and imperative this is. This is a study aspiring to study the port tourism and especially for the ports which host recreational boats. And this is a second cooperation we have with the analysis. 4 years ago, we cooperated for the first time, again studying marine and cruise presence in Greece. So we discussed in the previous sessions how important it is to specialize our tourist proposition. In the European Union, the port tourism creates more than 230 billion euro with 2.8 million jobs. And I'm saying that because we need to acknowledge how important marine tourism is. So where our country stands when it comes to ports, infrastructure, serving maritime tourism. We first analyzed the existing situation. We analyzed and identified the problems, on the basis of which we will trace our strategy to allow Greece to upgrade the existing infrastructure to mitigate consequences. Certainly, I will not delve into details when it comes to the study. However, we have tried to list here the basic conclusions drawn. Now, the first conclusion is that Greece lags behind when it comes to the absolute number of tourist ports, and there are many areas, many ports which lack actually infrastructure to host recreational boats. So we also saw that there is a low capacity of 135 anchorage posts in Greece when we talk about 300 posts, mooring posts in France, for example. The third conclusion is that the existing network lags behind when it comes to the network licensed by the Greek state, 168, that is, on the basis of the law of 1993. Allow me to stress that out of the 168 ports provided for by the law, only 37 are operating right now. So there is a gap between the forecast of the Greek state for port infrastructure. Now, our country does have an important fleet, but the existing infrastructure are not up to the demand. Notwithstanding, we do not see many recreational boats, which means that there are enough mooring posts outside the registered, the recorded network in orphan plants, that is, without a managing body. By way of conclusion, there are some areas in which there are no tourist infrastructures. Our network is not dense enough. We only have half mooring position per kilometer of coastline. And so 8,500 as a whole, which is an important disadvantage because the owner or the passenger of a recreational boat would like to visit a different city, different island, different port. So we need to have enough mooring posts to accommodate all those boats. As I said, this is the existing situation, but what also is important is a deficit in governance. I said 168 tourist ports, and here are their managing bodies as soon as they are built, of course. We have 5 different entities. We have port authorities, we have port funds belonging to the state, we have the immovable property authority of the state, and private, of course, managing bodies, that is marinas belonging to big hotels, etc. What you can see here from the graph is that there are many ministries also involved in the governance of this port structure, of this port system. And so we have a bureaucratic pressure which does not allow the state to have efficient supervision. In our effort to measure, to count how many recreational and tourist ports we had, we received a different answer from the ministries. And so through our study, we have drafted a mid-term strategic framework on the basis of 4 pillars. The first pillar has to do with the network and the infrastructure. Our suggestion is to clarify the situation when it comes to the existing infrastructures, to see how many ports may be built out of those provided for by law, or in case there are real needs to create new or to update the law, the legislative framework. Second pillar, investment. Complexity, red tape. Here again, we put forward a specific proposal which will improve the timeline and the concession of tourist ports, especially the attraction of private investments. Suffice it to say that the Alimos Marina, the biggest marina in the Balkans, the procedure started in 2013, and the concession was over in 2020. So 7 years of waiting period. Third pillar, again, the management and the governance. We need to streamline this governance. We need to involve stakeholders who have a know-how in managing tourist ports. Usually, the tourist ports are managed by the local government and municipalities who have no experience in that. Fourth pillar is digitalization, and digitalization is a top priority. This is the 4th industrial revolution era, and here we think of the possibility to provide digital services to the users of the port, to be able to book online a mooring post, or to see what are the available posts in each and every marinas. These are some basics which do not exist. And the last parameter is politics. And I left that. It is the last but not least. Because, of course, to do all that, we need political will. In the framework of the study, we interviewed stakeholders of the market, owners of recreational boats, etc. They all told us that if there is the political will, the market will follow. So we put forward specific political measures with a view to acknowledging maritime tourism as an important ingredient in the strategy of the country. I listened to the previous speakers talking about gastronomy. No one talked about maritime tourism. So we need to add this important component in a far-reaching central strategy so that the market may play the role it have. We also studied the environmental impact according to 3 scenarios, as Mr. Kartalis has pointed out earlier. There's the optimistic, the pessimistic, and the moderate scenario. And according to the latter, if we build approximately 5,000 additional mooring posts in the next decade, there will be an additional value of 2 billion euro for the Greek economy, and we will maintain 5,000 jobs. So this is an important parameter we need to acknowledge. I would like to thank again the organizing committee for having me here. I give you back the mic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Vangelos has talked about the untapped potential of the Greek economy. This potential which is actually tapped by neighboring countries, but other competing countries. We need to bridge the gap. And of course, this gap is also due to pathologies that we need to remedy. Let me now touch upon ecotourism. So tourism in protected areas. Mrs. Papadopoulou is here with 2 hats. One as a professor of the Technical University of Athens, and the other one as president of IPECA. Has the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you very much for having me here. Good morning to all. I would like to thank Choose Greece for this opportunity, and of course I would like to thank the Dianeosis. Mr. Nicolaou, I do believe that together with my presentation, our 3 presentations will show how the Dianeosis is long-sighted, tries to give impetus to the growth potential of this country by building on our competitive advantage, that is our seas and our natural environment. Now, our study is not that mature as the previous studies. In the framework of our partnership, not only with the Dianeosis, but also with the Ministry of the Environment, the Organization of the Environment and Climate Change, and the Minister of Tourism have entered into a memorandum of understanding to develop a national strategic plan to develop tourism in protected areas. We were delighted to see the enthusiasm of the both ministries to that end, and the Dianeosis guaranteed the financial backing to carry out this study. Let me not tire you with many details about the study, but I would like to share with you the rationale of this study. The Natura areas account for 27% of the Greek mainland and 18 to 19% of the marine environment in Greece, Mr. Vangelos. So there are many potential synergies and comparative advantages when it comes to the maritime space, the marine space, and in we may cooperate in order to promote these areas. We have the Alonissos National Park, the Zante Park, and many other protected areas. And of course, these areas aspire to promote the flows of tourism. In the conference of IUCN, the minister pledged of Greece increasing the number of protected areas, and Greece will try to be one of the first countries to achieve that result. What are protected areas? They are a pole of attraction of visitors, providing several forms of tourism: the rural tourism, adventure tourism, ecotourism, which target specific visitors, groups of tourists and visitors who are in search of this kind of touristic proposition. We have many avifauna experts and visitors, for example, in these protected areas. These are visitors, tourists who spend much, who do have their own equipment, and all avifauna monitors spend as an average from 3,000 to 4,000 euros. So it is avifauna, for example, avifauna is a very important element that we need to capitalize. And we need to develop this, and this is why we would like to see this action plan succeeding. Talking with the Minister of the Environment and Mrs. Zacharaki, we have understood that there is no legislative framework governing these areas. And so what we have been trying is to identify the existing gaps, to identify the political will in order to provide for the institutional framework which will allow these recreational activities inside the protected areas to be regulated, governed, to have a legislative framework which will govern how the visitor flows will be managed in order to reap the benefits for the local communities, because it's very important to focus on the benefits for the local communities which need to be taken on board. Even if there is political will, if there is no the backing of the local communities, nothing can be done. And of course, we need to mitigate the pressure on our biodiversity system, because this is very important. We are talking about ecosystemic systems, the services provided from the ecosystem to the user. So we need to be very mild when it comes to the pressure put on the ecosystem. So this is a world trend. We can see people, especially over the past years, coming from various countries, high-income countries, trying to find the necessary tracks or to recreate themselves, to find ways to visit protected areas in order to walk. Bird watching is important, photographs, adventure tourism. We can see our geoparks. There are 7 now. In which what is called as geodiversity is developing together with biodiversity. Lesbos, the Lesbos Island is a geopark. All its territory is a geopark. There's the Sigri Museum, which is a unique token in its kind, is unique in its kind. Kefalonia also was included in the UNESCO Geopark Network. And of course, the international institutional framework and guidelines need to be taken into account in order for us to specialize our own legislative framework. We need to promote the prospects for these areas, and the Ministry of Tourism indeed has been trying to promote and to showcase the comparative advantages of these protected areas. There are case studies. What are our target groups? This is important, and what kind of activities they may practice. And of course, certification of products and services. I can see my moderator trying a bit anxious. No, I will speed up. And of course, an action plan is the next step. Mrs. Gereku talked about accessibility. We need to ensure accessibility for all citizens. Networking, product and service certification. This is another action promoted by OFIPECA, by the Organization of Climate Change and the Environment, in order to certify the local produce. And of course, these are the main milestones about the plan. Monitoring, very important. Any of the proposals that will be selected to implement need to be monitoring. And of course, communication, consultation, interaction and involvement of the local communities. These are some of the chapters that will be thoroughly studied. And thank you very much for the attention. I would like to ask a very short closing remark by Mr. Nicolaou. Thank you. So I was saying that although we are all acknowledging that we are in a desperate need of a new tourist models, infrastructure, investment, the legislative framework, skills, etc., are conditio sine qua non for this growth. Unless we promote all those pillars, we will be unable to achieve the desired results. And we need three things to do that. First, we need to come up with the necessary resources. Thankfully, the recovery plan may contribute to implementing a series of these activities. And then we need the political will, the involvement of the experts and scientists, their cooperation with the state, and the tolerance and awareness raising, because this infrastructure, these actions can upgrade the quality of life with multiplier effects also for the local communities. We, as the Aneosis, will continue our research in order to put forward specific proposals for society, for the state, and so this will prove us right in having identified important element for the growth of this country. I would like to thank all the panelists. Thank you all for your cooperation, and we are all looking forward to seeing all these studies being crowned with success. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish fruitful proceedings for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζω στο Choose Greece.
Hello, I welcome you to Choose Greece. It is the moment to know a wonderful country that combines sea and mountain, moments of serenity and fun, with a plethora of beauties that may earn each visitor. It is the birthplace of heroes and symbols. It is the place where humanity has come to its best, beyond distinctive lines, and has joined cultures and people. It is the place that satisfies the needs of every traveler, offering opportunities for romantic getaways, but also moments of well-being and rejuvenation in the arms of nature. On the one hand, the coast. On the other hand, the mountains, the valleys, the rivers, the seas, and the lakes. A poem to the harmony that brings us to serenity. Walking around Etolokarnania, Achaia, and Tilia regions, the visitor has the chance to see traditional villages surrounded by pines, by waters, coastal settlements with an insula colo, castles and monasteries, issues that represent the uniqueness of Western Greece, a different type of Greece, which invites you to live unique experiences throughout the year. Please, if I could stay for days, I would do so to explain to you the hundreds of reasons for which you must visit my place, Western Greece, as a tourist destination if you choose it. However, I will give the floor to Mr. Nicholas Korovesis, the Deputy Governor of Tourism, who is going to introduce to us the Western region area and is going to talk to us rather, about the plan for our growth. Mr. Korovesis, you have the floor, please. Thank you. Organizers, dear guest, Mrs. Iliopoulou, once again, the Olympia Forum is organizing this successful conference. It is a great pleasure and joy to be here with you today to represent the region of Western Greece and our governor, Mr. Farmakis, being the competent deputy governor in terms of culture and tourism. This effort, I'm pretty sure, that will deliver. Choose Greece, then. To be more exact, choose Western Greece when it comes to this thematic session. From the beginning of this pandemic, the Western region area stood next to society, next to the infrastructure of health, and next to businesses with financial resources and tools. The tourist industry, besides, has been the locomotive for growth and well-being in the area. As a result, it is a main objective of the regional authority, the further enhancement and growth of this sector. We pay attention to extroversion, having as a name for the Olympian place to become known as a distinctive tourist destination. Our objective is to promote the comparative advantages of our area, having as a name to raise awareness of Western Greece, both domestically and abroad. I will directly mention, as Ms. Iliopoulou said, the reasons for which a visitor should choose Western Greece. The region may offer experiences of education, recreational ones, experiences of fun, marvelous scenery, exquisite beaches, and a unique sun. This is a total of high-level, sustainable tourism for the land of Olympia, the Earth of the Flame. Each visitor will have traveled to the past through the miraculous monuments, archaeological sites, cultural centers, churches. Western Greece is the gateway from the past to the present, and then again to the future. The alternative forms of tourism may vary: spa tourism, thematic tourism, working tourism, or everything in working Greece. I will never forget to mention the high-level services in hotels and restaurants. The most demanding Guests stay satisfied from the services and from the hosts. Nightlife fun for all ages, from the very demanding youth to peaceful and serene family vacation. The main tool in the effort to upgrade the region when it comes to tourism is the growth projects. In their turn, they lead to the increase of attracting private tourist investment. Thus, a priority is given to the improvement of accessibility and different choices within our region with infrastructure projects that will be implemented, such as the new highway of Patras, Pyrgos, and ancient Olympia that will provide all transport with safety. Western Greece may be and will be a top tourist destination both for foreign and Greek visitors. Through the maintenance of current projects like the motorway, the national motorway connecting Patras, Pyrgos, and Καλό Νερό. We tripled the resources of tourist development, focusing on the new era tourism. We might enhance the tourist product of Western Greece, having a targeted approach. These days, a new brand will accompany the region abroad. From Go West, or rather Go West, will be replaced by the term Olympia Land. Nowadays, Western Greece gets a brand name and identity that matches Olympia, the ideals and the principles echoed for the last many centuries. The new international trends lead to different studies about the upgrade of alternative forms of tourism. Gastronomic and religious tourism are at the heart of our efforts. We opt for targeted markets based on the visitors come to our country, participate in international fora, opening up to new markets. Digital representation of monuments, footage of archaeological sites and documentaries, and VR depictions, having as a aim to upgrade our cultural stock. So any improvement, we want that to go under one umbrella, an umbrella of a rational planning, a long-run sustainable tourist policy. That is why we focus on different directions, echoing modern and European trends to shape the tourist landscape, such as investments in technology, a more effective tourist governance, a better coordinated marketing tourism, what we name tourist promotion, the development of new skills and skills coming from the stakeholders of tourism, and the planning and implementation of a modern spatial planning for tourism. Through planning a specific communication strategy using specific marketing tools, we shall be successful contributing to a specific tourist identity and promotion of the comparative advantages in the wider region. Our project is a continuation of different actions implemented during the previous year, and the main axes were the following: opening up to the Balkan markets and Northern Europe, digital campaigns focusing on Greece and abroad, implementation of virtual getting to know trips for tourist professionals abroad, digitization and promotion of the tourist product and of the unique ecosystem for our region in all three regions, creation of a common platform, golden visa support, that will render this region a reference point and an ideal place to stay and invest. Moreover, we use modern tools and means coming from European projects like PATH, the regional program that is. We equip Western Greece with different means useful for the visitor. Through the project, we are creating thematic routes and a digital guide using science QR codes, science, interactive maps and applications. Each visitor may have a guided tour. This will be enhanced through the development of a multi-dimensional platform which will allow to the final user to program and schedule his or her visit according to his or her needs. That is, they can have access to unknown information related to this pathways and also record their personal experience. Coming to the end, I would like to mention especially the new branding of our region, Olympia Land. The land of flame, the flame of culture, the flame of inspiration, the flame of creativity, the flame of optimism, which is highlighted by Western Greece these days, even abroad and domestically, followed always by Olympia, by the ideals and the principles that we represent for the last many centuries, giving value, but also giving information to our visitors about where we stand. The regional authority continues to trace its own destiny for the sake of our land in Western Greece. Thank you so much for your attention.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello, hello.
Καλησπέρα, φαντάζομαι.
Hello. I imagine now you can hear me. Now, until now, many interesting things have been said. And we'll see until the end of this conference why should we love more Greece? Why should we promote Greece even further? But this is whether we are promoting it in a proper way. I'm saying so by way of introduction for this panel, and I have the joy to be the moderator, because there will be another approach. Tourist product is not just about the good or the average hotel. It's also about the real estate. As we understand that when we're talking about the daily cost of tourism, it's another thing, all-inclusive, a good hotel, 3-star, etc., etc. Now we're talking about something totally different, quite rapidly. Let me tell you that we have with us Mr. Dimitris Kirmekiroglu. He is the director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when it comes to international affairs. Welcome. We have with us Mr. Sotiris Varelas, assistant professor at Tourism Studies Department, University of Piraeus.
Τις τουριστικές σπουδές.
Tourist Studies. Hello, hello, Mr. Varelas. Mr. Mario Trafail comes from abroad, from Geneva. He is director at the company Henley Partners, related to the real estate, but a very important aspect of it. He is going to fuel our discussion with very interesting statistics about what is going on in Greece vis-a-vis who have gotten property in Greece. With us, Mr. Dimitris Manousakis, from the same sphere, head of Savilis Greece, and Mr. Themistoklis Bakas, CEO from E-Real Estates Network. Welcome all. Let us start from you, Mr. Kirmikiroglu, because he is the architect of the law related to the predictions on the digital nomads. I would argue that for 1 minute's time, let us explain who they are. We learned that throughout these 2 years, the 2 years that we lived with many difficulties as well due to the sanitary crisis. Hello, hello. Congratulations for this forum, and I wish you all the best, fruitful proceedings. What we were able to see from the side of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is something totally different when it comes to the philosophy of the ministry, it is that there is a trend due to the digital transformation, due to the globalization of the market, but also due to the pandemic that operated as an accelerator of all these developments tech-wise. There is a trend acknowledged globally named digital nomadism. According to international studies, digital nomads, at least the next 5 years, they will increase by 30 million people, which creates a perspective, but also a challenge to us working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that we can see what we may offer institutionally and how we can prepare the institutional framework to adopt this trend. Prior to me getting to the bill that we prepared and that we had the honor previous year for that to be supported by Mr. Vavritsiotis in front of the Hellenic Parliament, let me tell you a few words about digital nomadism. It is out there since 1997 from Magimoto and Matters, but lately this phrase has an exponential growth due to the tech changes. And it is also seen in the new culture of labor, which becomes more flexible, and thus we can see a weakening of the traditional labor model from 9 to 5, as mentioned in global literature. In front of this new reality, these people, they are dealing with companies which are digital, they're dealing with marketing companies, they have a profile, usually a high one, that is, they opt for working remotely without the additional restrictions of the traditional 8 hours schedule, which gives a possibility in strands like the real estate, which is the thematic of this panel today. There is a possibility to real estate to use these people, this trend. Usually, when they opt for staying in the country, they're doing so longer than a traditional tourist. And then we also give them possibility to different changes for them to stay as long as they wish. As you may understand, these people are of high profile, and what they prefer, at least what the result of the studies, is that they prefer studies with a cultural wealth and history, like Greece. They prefer countries with a good climate, like Greece as well, safety, security, tourist choices, alternatives for them to have fun, and digital infrastructure. Greece, I think that Greece, and we might understand that, Greece has some comparative advantages which are exquisite. Obviously, there is ground for changes, for instance, when it comes to the digital infrastructure to reach other countries globally competing with, but already changes achieved throughout the last rather 3 years are very important to attract this public. As I already told you, seeing into these comparative advantages of ours, we were able to see that the visa policy is not just a tool. The visa issuance is not just a tool for a visitor to come in our country, but we could see it as a more attractive package. Thus, open ourselves to new markets. So we had the law 4825 the previous year. We were amongst the first countries that did so, especially in Europe, by naming this visa digital nomad visa. This visa is not that well known, unfortunately. We have not advertised that as far as we had wanted, but is very important because it shows the different philosophy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open up to the market. Through this visa, third country nationals may stay in our country for a time period of up to 1 year. It is a national visa. It takes place within a short timeline, that is, having gotten the application in our consulates. Shortly, our consulates, due to the changes that take place, everything will be digital. Our consulate has the obligation to reply within 10 days top to this demand submitted by the citizen, and then issue the visa. Likewise, members of their families can come to Greece, not only themselves, and then, in cooperation to the Ministry of Migration, there was another possibility. If these people believe that our country is the proper destination for them to have fun, work, and have some free time, we can give them a biennial permit to stay here with the option to renew that for another 2 years. And if they want to stay here, there are some other legal routes to do it. In that way, we are one of the first countries to create this digital visa. Now, we saw that this is not that well known. We are preparing a digital platform which will be called Visa Greece. We show the best practices at the European level. We show that the majority of countries had something very simple. That is, a person may enter a platform, a foreign visitor that is, and get updated about the different possibilities for himself so that he can enter our country. If he is a student, he may have all necessary documents that can turn digital for a student visa. If he is a digital nomad visa. If he's an entrepreneur visa. This platform, we aspire for this platform to work within the next 6 months, given a bigger depth and wealth in what we want to do, paving the way to other sectors like the real estate, tourism, businesses dealing with food and diet, and all tourist connected jobs. But also this means other areas, not just Athens. We saw that Athens has a big dynamic. According to the nomad list, the list dealing with digital nomads, there is an increase of 108% for the last 2 years. Thus, this shows a big dynamic. It's not just about Athens. We're talking about Western Greece, Achaia region, areas that may use digital nomads and get the benefits throughout the year, not just for the summertime. And as we know, this has been our obsolete tourist model. That was all by me. Thank you so much for your attention, this invitation. I am looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you indeed, sir. But, although we need to congratulate the ministry for having eventually proceeded to all these actions, one also regrets acknowledging that so much time has been lost. And of course, this is not for you. Anyway. Complaining is part of my role. So, Mr. Farelas, you have the floor. I would like to thank you again for the invitation. I would like to congratulate Choose Greece for the organization. Hopefully, we will have similar events, regional events, more of them. Now, I would like to take the floor after Mr. Kirmikiroglu and start from the point at which a digital nomad finally decides to purchase a second house, a second residence in another country, and maybe a dwelling in a hotel. I would like to elaborate on leisure real estate. This is have been object of my research. And allow me to explain what tourist real estate actually stands for. It is when a visitor decides to purchase a dwelling in a resort, in a business hotel unit, and manages then its dwelling together with the investment. That is to say that a rental pool is created, and both are then to manage this dwelling. And so the tourist, the manager, has made an investment in a resort, purchasing a villa, a residence, to visit, especially out of the season, and whenever agreed upon with the investment managers, and it will be their own private residence. This is very, very important in the post-COVID era, of course. And this residence will be refurbished constantly in a great state. Respectively, the hotel has access to better liquidity and a dwelling, a villa constantly rented. So you can see that there are multiple benefits arising from what we call as tourist, as leisure real estate, various forms. When the investor purchases and then offers, we have the pure form where we talk about retail, exchange and personal use in case the dwelling is exchanged. And there are also more modern models like house flittings, whether the investor will share the dwelling, will refurbish it, and so on and so forth. And all that has to do with the residential tourism launched in Spain in the 50s, developed in time sharing, and it is by far one of the most innovative sectors of what we call as leisure real estate. The director of the ministry said rightly earlier that this is this targets to highly valued visitors, and this, we need to say, is a sector that luxury tourism that is reached a turnover of an international turnover of $545 billion during the pandemic, which means that during the pandemic not only did it not diminish, but it actually increased. And so it is a very promising industry. Now, when it comes to Greece, we have a legislative framework which started for integrated resorts in the 90s. That were the first efforts. In 2011, we had the first law talking about a concept of hotel, so similar resort-like residences. And in 2020, there was a law for shared rooms. It is to be simplified. The rental pool, for example, is not provided for by law, but will be created in the framework of an agile system, which Greece will certainly legislate. In Greece, we have Costa Navarino Amani Resort, the Ellinikon project, which certainly, and of course, will certainly be aligned to the rationale of leisure real estate, and the former Hilton, current Conrad, will have the rooms which follow the same logic, leisure real estate. So the visitor may purchase the room and will be its own investment. According to HSBC report, this is one of the most sustainable business sectors of the next decade, what we call as leisure real estate. So we need to attach a great attention to that industry, to that sector. If we talk about the business the best leverages its best assets by mitigating risks. When there is a downturn in tourism, for example, they may focus on the condominium hotels or similar categories. It may be equity, non-equity, residential house. It may be serviced apartment. There are various categories that one can opt for. Europe, the Middle East, Asia, the countries, the EMEA countries are dynamic, have a dynamic in this sector. 100,000 business units are now concerned with leisure estate, the real estate, and an economy of approximately $8 billion and 250,000 jobs is created. The top market, of course, is the U.S. Golf course, with more than 295,000 businesses involved in this industry and a turnover of $32 billion. So we now need to evaluate the economic impact of this sector and real estate at large. It's high time we did that. So this is a sector in which Greece may have a leading role on condition that we follow the trend. What we call as the leisure real estate trends, these new luxury visitors, the modern high net value tourists and visitors want a responsible and sustainable journey. And so these investments in leisure real estate need to be inextricably linked to sustainability. You will see in the future that the complex financing of these units will be linked to the environmental social governance indices, ESGs, which are similar to what the Agenda 2030 provide for. So investments depend on the extent, on the degree of sustainability. Moreover, by way of conclusion, well-being in the wider area, not only inside, in the resort, but well-being in the wider area, safety. Safety in the post-COVID era is fundamental, it is critical. And as I was saying, we need safety within the resort, but also geopolitical stability, okay? Because investors will certainly want to find a stable area in which to invest. Safety, long-term safety in the next decade is also key for the investors to decide to invest. When it comes to destinations, we need to organize ourselves to attract similar investment. The minister has recently approved DMOs. Economic Development Organizations is their name in the US. So specialized organizations involved in attracting leisure real estate investments, etc. Thank you, Professor. So the professor talked about trends. The trends are also important to the other panelists. I would like to start with Mr. Rafael, representing an international brand. And so we will see what the trends are. And of course, the trends pertaining to Greece, of course. Choose Greece is interested in studying what the trends important for Greece, maybe. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm delighted to be here and to be in Greece, particularly. I will continue what the previous speakers have said. I do believe that today there's high complementarity in this panel. We have extensively talked about offer, about the ways an investor may come to Greece. But being fortunate enough to travel between Greece and Switzerland, I really represent investors, and I know that there are many investors trying to identify the right country to invest in real estate. And naturally, Greece constitutes one of the most important destinations for that investment. As you rightly pointed out, there are increasing trends in Greece when it comes to real estate investment. Our company has been active through more than 42 projects across the world. And in the framework of our project, an investor decides either to be granted a passport or a residence permit through the investment they make. And Greece is a country in our portfolio. And because I am the director for the Greek Golden Visa Department in Olheli, together with my team in Athens, we have been in contact with more than our 40 branches across the world. And I have seen that Greece is an important investment destination thanks to real estate. I would like to welcome the efforts made by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Migration through new programs as the one you said, the one you mentioned, the digital nomad one. We do believe that this is a suitable moment for various reasons, not only geopolitical, for someone to invest in Greece, especially in real estate. Since 2019, and we believe that certainly this has to do with COVID, there has been an increasing trend by non-European nationals, third country nationals as we call them, wanting to be granted a residence permit in another country. As the previous panelists have pointed out, there are various reasons why these people want to invest, main criteria being safety, security, geopolitical stability, and healthcare, of course, because of the pandemic. Since 2019, therefore, as I was saying, there has been an increasing number of US nationals wanting to invest in Greece. In 2021, we saw an increase of 22.1% of Americans wanting to be granted the golden visa, the Greek golden visa. There's a high demand from media, from Middle East, especially Jordan, Lebanon, but also the northern African countries, as for example Egypt. And in 2021, the Greek golden visa, compared to Portugal, Spain, and Maltese relevant schemes, was one of the most popular, with more than 1,031 main applicants having made their mind to invest in Greece. China, traditionally, used to be the main country investing in Greece through the Greek golden visa, but this is not the case anymore. It accounted for 63% of the market share in 2013, but we have seen a dwindling trend, while on the contrary, we have seen an increase from Middle East, Northern America, and the CIS countries, which of course, because of the geopolitical situation, it is now difficult for Russian nationals or Belarusian investors to invest in Greece. What I would like to clarify is the Golden Visa program has brought more than 2 billion euro, out of which 94% pertains to real estate, because there are some other also products as banking products which attract investors, but they only account for 6%. Many of our investors want to come to Greece to make of Greece their holiday home, and we welcome as a company, and we are in constant cooperation with the various competent ministries, the tax incentivized scheme-related efforts, which of course target the high net value individuals. And here we may see an increase not only of third country nationals, but also Nordic and Belgian nationals who enjoy specific privileges thanks to a tax consideration they may pay. Maybe, for example, you are aware of the lump sum taxation, paying 100,000 euro per annum for some years in order not to be taxed in the overall income. Or another legislative initiative that has to do with pensioners, not those who have an active employment income, come to Greece. They become, by purchasing real estate, Greek taxpayers, and they only pay 7% on their overall income, which of course is very competitive as against other countries which provide similar incentives. We, as Hellenic partners, try to encourage these programs. We will continue bringing investors in Greece. There's a great dynamic here, and not because we are biased, but we truly see that Greece meets the criteria. The government tries to bridge the legal or administrative gaps for the implementation of those schemes to be easier. We are confident, we are optimistic, and certainly we may benefit from the current geopolitical conjuncture to increase the number of investors in Greece.
Στην ανάπτυξη της οικονομίας και στην
To contribute to the development of new investments in Greece and therefore the economic growth. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rafael. I will cross-check whether the government indeed makes all necessary efforts, and I will ask the professor to tell me that. Now, Mr. Manoussakis is in charge of selling Greece. We all, certainly all the gentlemen standing left-hand side of the stage, belong to the real estate. You, Mr. Manoussakis, also promised to provide us some sociological insight when it comes to the nationality of the investors in Greece. But you'll let us know. Mr. Manoussakis, you have the floor. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers, the panel. Thank you very much for having me here. Now, I would like to talk about a resort, and probably this will make me sound as a host of Mr. Varelas, but because it is as if we copied one the other. However, having said that, I would like to note that holiday house is an exportable product for Greece. And we have not actually realized how important it is. It is a complementary to the tourist product. And currently, it seems to be one of our best propositions vis-à-vis the international markets. Through Savos Hellas, and working for all the international projects, the Hellenikon project, TEMES, Costa Navarino, and so on and so forth, have seen that indeed this needs to be the strategic orientation of this country. The other day I was participating in another panel and I heard someone saying the problem with the Greek holiday property market is that this does not even exist in Central and Northern European market. End of quote. I partly agree with that. Why? Because up to the previous decade, our proposition indeed was not attractive. But through the integrated resorts, attractiveness seems to increase, or rather, our proposition seems to be also more attractive than those found in other competing countries, as for example Spain mainly, France and Cyprus. Our other rival is Turkey, with far-reaching projects along the Asia Minor coastline. Now, what matters is what our direction may be. I believe that we need to focus on those projects. These projects really address what we call as lifestyle purchasers. So especially Amanzoa is also a limited edition program. Costa Navarino, Navarino Dunes probably has an enlarged target group. But truth be told, right now there are only 2 active projects when in the Mediterranean basin there are tens of them. So currently some efforts are being made to increase the number of those projects. Many of them are in the pipeline in order to make similar propositions, to propose things. There is the NCH Capital Investment in Cassiope and Corfu, which purchased the plot from the state, from Taipei, with many delays, despite the up-to-date legislative instruments implemented and used. I'm thinking of Escada, for example. Costa Navarino also is extending its activities. All the Navarino Dunes residences have been sold. 84 villas for various amounts of various values, and 94 Westing apartments. They are all sold out. And now the second round of the project is about to start. This is Mandarin Oriental, and therefore this will have a high quality and high branded proposal. On Crete, there is also a presence of similar projects. Similar projects are being implemented as fast-track ones. But of course, in Greece, fast-track is kind of misunderstood. When we say fast-track, we mean 4 to 5 years for licensing, for example. There is the Cape Tholos project, which is about to be finalized, and Lunda Hills Hotel and villas. The same example on roads, the Afandos project. Taipei has been trying since 2014 to finalize, but eventually it seems that it is about to be completed. And I was there yesterday on roads, and what I can definitely say is that we need to modernize there. There are the large-scale hotels on roads, which, no matter how well-maintained and refurbished they may be, still show a sign of nostalgia of the past. So that we need to modernize these infrastructures. I would like to sum up when it comes to the reasons why someone would decide to invest here. First of all, the procedural part is resolved. So, and this is very important. Second, the resort is organized. So with a series of comfort, quality of stay, and a very good everyday stay, high quality of the service provided, of the construction, and there is also the after-sales aspect, as the professor has anticipated. So the project is refurbished, is maintained, is always, so the owner actually is free from similar concerns. The investor will also earn a high yield, 4% in the case of Costa Navarino, immediate, which can go back to the hotel pool for it to improve its capacity. Last but not least, the reselling capacity will also increase through through a stakeholder list, which is being drafted. By visiting these venues, one has an exquisite sense of it, and so one is attracted to double their investment. Another important thing is that sustainability there is really tangible. I'm thinking of the constructions, the proper constructions, but also the everyday actions and activities. So sustainability, ESG, the environmental and green footprint, all that are part of the same package which make of Greece an attractive destination. So our recommendation would be to promote the organized hotel units where the possibilities to invest in residences is offered. Last but not least, the CEO of EC Real Estate Network. You have the floor, sir.
Hello, thank you so much for this invitation. Congratulations for this organization. I would like to touch upon another issue. What Mr. Rafael said about Golden Visa. We know that Golden Visa in our country is one of the cheapest in Europe. With 250,000 euros, there is a threshold of investment. In the UK, we're talking about £1 million. The after very important issue, as Mr. Rafael said, the 67-68% of investors were Chinese. Talking about sanctions, Russians were only 6.5%, and above the Russians were the Turks with 6.8%. From the footprint of Russian tourists, it was only 599 investors. We understand that our country, unfortunately, or rather pre-COVID, our country has not been open to new destinations. We see intensely a mobility from the Indians that have an ascending course when it comes to their demand, or at least their research. The second point is that about Golden Visa is the following. There was a report in 2020 mentioning some problems with the Golden Visa and different distortions created from the increase of prices. And let's say that there is a threshold of 250,000 euros. This investment didn't pay 250,000 euros. They paid less, 150,000 euros. There were some peculiar pathways, as written down in the international media. There have been specific documentaries. In a communication we had with the Deputy Minister, Mr. Papathanasis, we mentioned that Golden Visa in our country, to avoid these problems, in order to avoid any defamation of this product, it's very bad to defamate such a good product which has concentrated interest. There could be some changes. One of the changes discussed with Mr. Papathanasis was the following logic. When there is a demand for a Golden Visa in our country, when they give the supporting documentation, there can be rather an estimation to verify the value of the real estate. We saw that the 80% of investors wanted to invest in southern Attica. This didn't work at a national level. I'm very sad when I see the region of Western Greece. It is my birthplace. I come from Achaia, but 50% I have been in Ilia due to my mother. There is a beach of 60 kilometers, and this beach should be an attraction for all investors. This is absurd. Now, we discussed with Mr. Papathanasis and we told him, please activate the legal framework that exists since 2019. I believe that it was into the program Greece 2019, given the possibility upon the joint decree between the Ministers of Finance and investment to verify the threshold according to its target and according to each region, according to the targeting by each region. What we suggested to the minister was to minimize the limit, or rather, let me put it in a different way, said the speaker. Increase the limit in the southern suburbs of Athens. We see this accumulation of investors with 250,000 euros. It is the best spot in the Mediterranean, especially after the Hellinikon project. It's not logical to get a visa for Hellinikon with this threshold of 250,000 euros. This should increase to 400,000 euros, or remain the investment threshold into 250,000 euros in any region in Greece, because for the period 2018, for Western Greece, investment decreased by 70%. We understand that the region of Western Greece has a big margin to grow from now on. This is when it comes to Golden Visa. This is an issue for Mr. Rafael, but I should mention it, at least when it comes to the Chinese and Russians. And let me come to the end with golden visa. Yes, but we must come to the end. Broadly speaking, you exhausted your time with the remarks on golden visa. We're going to have a round of questions. Please put in bullet point the topics that you had in mind to develop, and then I will come back to you during the round of questions. Okay. The connection between real estate and the Greek tourist organization. We don't have this connection between tourism and real estate. For instance, Nice and France. We know what happens there. The new tourist model, secondly, that is created in our country due to the pandemic. We have already seen southern France, Italy, getting the new model, which is a part of the new model. To me, if we see the data for the October 28th, the Easter, or the 1st of May, you see there has been intense mobility and there is a new interest. Thank you so much. I do not underestimate what you said. Well, I thought that I wish there was somebody from the Ministry of Development.
Ένα φορέα της κυβέρνησης δεν σημαίνει ότι είναι, απλώς μπορεί να είναι ένας πολύ...
So this is a very good channel. So that a package of remarks might reach everybody and might reach the power. I will go beyond the order to ask Mr. Rafael whether these remarks are proper, made by Mr. Bakas. Let me reply. Your remarks are proper. I'm very happy to have here some members of our team, because when I talk to our ministry in the Philippines or in Singapore, they will tell us that we want to buy a house in Santorini, in Athens, or in Mykonos. Right now, we are making some efforts because we are filtering for the investors where to buy. They should skip the model of Athens, and they shall be able to look at other islands. By other islands, I don't mean Mykonos or Crete. We should look into other regions like the Peloponnese, so that there can be a so-called diversification on the investment and the real estate. And second remark of yours, it is quite right. Right now, there is an increasing trend from India. We opened in 6 or 7 cities offices in India for the last 1 year to be able to meet demands. A part of the demand is about Greece, of course. And the third remark, and I would disagree with you, you're saying increase the limit for Athens or decrease the limit in other regions. Our investors will not buy using 250,000 euros. They will give 500,000 euros. To me, the most appropriate model is what Portugal did. Maybe you don't know it. There is a golden visa, but since January 22, they said, stop. Nobody will buy in Lisbon. Nobody will buy in Porto. Nobody will buy in Cascais. We shall only invest in areas that are non-tourist, coastal regions, but non-tourist. Okay, so there was some restriction. Yes. So real estate, when it comes to real estate with restrictions about your choices. Yes. But what is the threshold there? The threshold was decreased from 500,000 euros. It turned into 400,000 or 280,000 euros. So this 250,000 euros in Greece is one of the lowest in Europe. Yes, it is the lowest in the European family, but there is, so maybe we're not doing something right. I believe that we're doing right. You know, it is very competitive, but if we see the average, for instance, the Americans, for the last 1 year, they give at least 500 to 600,000 euros. Very few other cases, we shall see an investor that will only use 250,000 euros. Okay, but let us raise the bar on our own, regardless of the fact that the expense may be double or not. Let us now say something else. You wanted to enter this, Mr. Manusakis, come on. Yes, Mr. Manusakis, your intervention as well. The only thing that I wanted to say is the following. Golden Visa is one product that was introduced for the enhancement of the real estate overall, not the coastal one only. Then it was oriented towards the urban center of Athens. The fact that everybody wanted the coastal front, obviously, this was a boost for the market and demand. But this is not the main parameter of a holiday house, the Golden Visa. Right now, it's not the main leverage, Golden Visa. It would be wise to keep it in 250,000 euros. Why? Because Portugal and Spain are mature markets. Greece is not a mature market. So raising the bar, you hinder an already difficult situation in the Greek market. Okay, let us go to Mr. Kemekiroglu to see in this new trend that is shaped, this is a growing one, you said, of digital nomads. Where does Greece stand? Do we have a clear picture? Well, yes, we have a picture. Greece, we started quite low. 3 years ago, we ranked 120. Now we had an exponential growth. We are 48, according to the data of Nomad List. Especially Athens during the last 5 years, as I mentioned before, has shown that there is a big dynamic with an increase of 108%, being one of the top 5 capitals. Good when it comes to the attractiveness of digital nomads. Yes, because we are self-admiring. We're saying that we have a good combination of culture, sun, good temperature throughout the year, but it does not suffice for us to say so. This must be said by everybody else on our planet. Yes, what we were able to see, and this is verified by what I listened today, countries like Portugal, or even at the level of digital nomads, has taken significant steps. And Lisbon and Portugal overall is one amongst the top countries when it comes to attracting these people. So I think that through this discussion, we're able to see that this visa that we created matches the Golden Visa, which creates new perspective for the real estate. Because quite simply, you are giving the possibility to new people to come and see our country, understand our own comparative advantages, and since they want so, they can opt for Golden Visa or any other form of investment that they want to make in our country. That's all. Good. Something that we left aside. Yes, but Mr. Rafael said that there are steps taken. I know that maximalism is never a bad thing in claiming. Can we make it better? Yes, for sure. There is margin for growth. There is a margin for a better approach and have a holistic approach institutionally as well. The speakers here talked about institutional problems. Consulates understaffed, bureaucracy, swap, regional plans that do not exist, special planning that does not exist, different issues. The fragmentation, many times we see that there is a serious job at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but there is also another serious job at the Ministry of Tourism, at the Ministry of Investment. The investor gets multiple messages. There is no one-stop shop. We should know that there should be only enterprise Greece or only GNTO for promotion. However, I see that the private sector will play a key role. Let us not just talk about the public sector. Many investors in Greece, many investors are Greeks. A big percentage of these investments are done amongst Greeks. In Cyprus, they had a network of 50 agents around the planet, and they were selling to these countries, to different countries. And I see a risk for the time to come with the pre-sales in big investments and with the increase that exists right now in material. What would be the final cost of investments? That was all. Thank you. Mr. Bakas, the thematic is very specific for this panel. Let us see what you didn't mention before about how this is linked to tourism, to the tourist product. I will mention the following. The last 3 years, we see another trend. It is a subsector of the real estate. Within the pandemic, we're able to see that short-run tourism has a new trend. Imagine that for the period June Is it 10 days? It is a week, 5 days, 3 days. Any lease that is not an annual one, less than 3 to 5 months.
Το εξής όμως, ότι είδαμε ότι από τον Ιούνιο ως το Σεπτέμβριο του
From June,
2022, σύμφωνα με την εταιρεία RTNA, έχουμε μία αύξηση της ζήτησης.
we saw an increase in demand for our country, 232% vis-à-vis 2021. This shows that this sector is being developed. It is not just being developed in big urban centers like Athens or Thessaloniki. It is being developed in continental Greece, that is destinations we didn't know. Due to COVID, we acknowledge them. There is huge mobility in Messinia. Imagine that in Kalamata, there are specific leases that is overall in Ilia or Achaia. It is a strand that creates a new investment product. Many people who want to buy real estate in our country aim to buying a cottage house for their stay, but at the same time, they can lease a specific house for a specific time period. What I'd like to mention is that 85% of our country is a tourist destination. Sometime we must enter a procedure to highlight new destinations. An investor from Greece or Asia may buy real estate using 150,000 euros. We're talking about real estate of 150 square meters. We have very cheap product and we should promote it. Mr. Bakas, Mr. Manusakis, Mr. Rafael, Mr. Varelas, Mr. Kermikeroglu, thank you so much. Thank you deeply. And since you are talking about the explosion of Kalamata, let us also, yeah, I come from Kalamata, okay. Let us talk, yes, oh, you know it better than I do, Mr. Professor, that Konstantakopoulos can become a local hero after his death, but he wasted much time for his dream to materialize it, because this is also a part of Greece. Greece is not that, but this is also a part of it. Thank you so much for your attention. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Let us all continue watching Choose Greece. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα.
Hello to all. Thank you for being here. 2022 will be a year of substantial recovery because we will mimic the limits, the levels of 2019. This is the goal for 2023, even if uncertainties created by the war in Ukraine are quite important. A very encouraging spot is the ascending wish of the people to travel. Greece is one of the few countries in the world that has so many sources of creation for a tourist product. Maybe for that reason, strategically, we have not used it in full. Tourism in our country is the most serious economic activity as it offers employability and financial well-being, especially in regional and insular areas that couldn't have any comparative advantage in any other activity. The alternative forms of tourism on which we are going to focus have all the priorities given enhancement through to the all the year-round tourism, aiming at the prolongation of the tourist period, attracting tourists that have a big interest in knowing the identity of the destination that they have chosen. More and more tourists need unique experiences that our country may offer quite largely. Even in Greece, with the priority being in the moderate sea and sun, the exponential contribution of alternative tourism is a fact. For all these things and for many more interesting topics, we are going to elaborate with the regional governor of Thessaly, Mr. Konstantinos Agorastos, the vice regional governor of tourism of the Central Macedonia region, Mr. Alexandros Thanos, the president of KEDE and mayor of Trikala, Mr. Dimitris Pastergiou, and the secretary general of the SPA of the Thermal Springs Association, Mr. Marcos Danas. Let us start, please. From the snowy mountains of Pindus to the coastline of Pelion, and from the ground jewel of Plastira Lake near to the Pineos River and to the miracle of Meteora, the second unique community in Greece, from the first submarine park in Alonissos, where the visitor may dive into the most ancient shipwreck in the world until Skiathos, the Mykonos of the north, and from the Mount of the Gods, Olympus, until Karla, artificial lake, a heaven on earth. It's very difficult to pinpoint the tourist profile of Thessaly. The only thing that is certain is that this region, during the last many years, is becoming an ascending tourist destination with a renowned reputation. The regional governor, Mr. Konstantinos Agorastos, who is with us today remotely, will set things in order. Mr. Agorastos, I would love being with you. But unfortunately, the international background of Greece, which is a big event, today, tomorrow, and the next day, will be located in Thessaly, so you understand that I must be here. I would like to deeply thank Olympia Forum, but also Lefteris Varoxis for this initiative, because each time Olympia Forum is up to date, it is useful and gives an added value to tourism as well through your conference. We, as the region of Thessaly, we started with a big campaign, as you saw, with videos for Thessaly, either talking about the winter season or the summertime, spring or fall, within the cities, in the mountains, in the coastal area, in culture. At the same time, we worked. We worked a lot, and we had the first submarine museum in Greece, in cooperation with Lina Mendoni, the minister. The Parthenon of the submarine museums. It is the ancient shipwreck in the world. You can dive into and see 2,500 vases in the area. At the same time, we will open up new spectacles at the Parasitikos Gulf, coming from the Byzantine era, from ancient times, and from the modern era, and another 3 ancient shipwrecks in Alonissos area. Furthermore, there is a modern shipwreck in the area of Panormos in Skopelos, which gave an added value to our product. Apart from the fact that we are first in Europe, for the first time we ranked first in innovation, digital innovation, that is, in Europe, We took an award for this museum because we also have a digital update for the diver who gets a tablet, dives into it, may see the different points that have been cleaned up, but also pinpointed by the effort of submarine antiquities. Then at the same time, we have two small museums outside of Almiron's region and in Alonso's. Each visitor may dive into using VR, but at the same time, using special screens and special equipment, one might see what these ships traffic, the terms and conditions of these ships, get into the ship and navigate. We, as an alternative for that Thessaly is Greece within. It is the melting pot between nature and human beings, a topos where multiplicity can be seen, a topos, a place of surprise, a place that is revealed before you, Thessaly of myth, history, and culture. Thessaly of races, of businesses, of safety, Thessaly of creation, mountaineers and islanders coming from the camp, farmers, winemakers, entrepreneurs, history, culture, myth. Everything can be intertwined as years pass by, creating a unique artifact. Each thread of that is a different story, a value which cannot be altered. One history is a unique feature. One human being, one fruit, one seed, one product, one critical moment, a canvas on which time may build the multiplicity of history and myths. We have the Mount of the Gods, so you can have many sports. There's a digital museum with a 3D representation of the mountain, but also of the different myths accompanying the myth of the gods in Mount Olympus. Then we have Meteora. In Meteora, we have remodeled another 3 museums. One is the 3D reality. You can see Meteora, how they were created, and the actual situation. We have also the Geological Museum of Meteora, and we also have the unique museum of the area, which is at Theopetra, where we can see the ancient form of a human being on the planet. We have this cadaver. Then there is an alternative form of canoe kayak in Astropotamus or Pineos rivers and other tributaries. There is also another procedure. You can use the spa therms. We have a thermal spring free for everybody near Larissa city. Furthermore, there is the possibility of climbing at Meteora, but at the same time there is a wide network of pathways which we have preserved with the assistance of the climbing associations. Each person might follow that, and already we have begun the maintenance of a wide network of pathways at Trikala, Larissa, Magnesia region, and in Karditsa. We have Vlachostrata, which used to be the old Egnatia road that linked Epirus to Alexandroupolis, that shall be preserved. Then there is another miracle, which is Karla. It is a heaven on earth. Karla is a very beautiful spot. Right now, we have seen 184 species of birds coming back. We have recorded what birds can be found, when exactly, in time, what day, on what hour, and what is the ideal spot for each bird. This is a kudo for Economidis family. We are going to present that project shortly. Moreover, for the first time, we have bird watchers from all around the world. And for sure, we have our museums at Karla. If you're lucky enough, you're going to see the master of Karla, which is a bird that, according to the myth, used to appear having the form of a bull, at bad moments, and it took the form of a fairy in good moments. But it was a true bird, which has a voice throughout some period of the time, and it has the form of the bull. That is why it is mentioned like that in Greek. Then on our island, you can see different sports. Our islands in Skiathos, we have the castle of Papadiamadis, who is a renowned poet throughout the world, translated in many languages. Through the assistance of the Minister of Culture, Mrs. Mendoni, we shall remodel the whole area, and we are doing the same thing in many different cultural spots, like Asclepion at Trikala, ancient theaters. We have the unique ancient theater in the city of Larissa, and another 3 ancient theaters, one in Larissa, 2 in Volos, and then we will move on with the religious tourism. And here, of course, we have the biggest monastery community that one may visit, that it may be visited by everybody, male and female, Meteora, of course. It is a place of absolute beauty and inspiration. Then there are the ancient castles, which we preserve to preserve the myth of the castle in the city of Trikala, in Fanari, in Melibia, and other areas. Likewise, we are trying to create a good road network that is circulate in safety. We have enhanced the health coverage everywhere, from the islands to the most remote village, but also in the cities, so that there can be safety and health amongst everyone. Furthermore, there is the famous Thessaly diet, which is exquisite, with local products which give an added value for the human body. And this is taking place in cooperation with the mayors, the chambers, with all stakeholders with which we will cooperate to give the best we have in any alternative form. This is given back to us, seeing that we are full throughout the year. I remember that during the Easter we had 1 week ago, we can see the skyrocketed demand. The same goes for the next 3 days due to the first May celebration, the Mount Olympus, which is a renowned mountain, of course. You may visit Olympus with special guides. We always need specialists who know Mount Olympus so that they can accompany us. They can be the guides of people locally, either from Thessaly region or from Pieria, Greek Macedonia. And of course, there are the gorges that we have in Pilion. We have a spa, we have rather training, we have horse riding at Plastira Lake, and Plastira Lake is a true beauty, is a crown jewel for this area, and may create attractiveness for the region. In the old days, we had the triathlon, and we will do it again. We have the crossing of the lake, archery, and all these events contribute to the attractiveness of our product in Thessaly. We have managed to do so lately, which is visible from the statistics. According to many bodies, we can see that we have increased the per capita amount spent by tourists in Thessaly, but also our visibility. Let us not talk about our museums, about our spots of culture, natural beauties, religious tourism spots. All Thessaly is Greece within. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for this invitation. And I wish you all fruitful proceedings. And let us quickly go back to a better normality. Let us all wish to stop the war. Unemployment, inflation, the war is paid by the people, by the poor. Thus, we need to be prudent because peace is to the benefit of all. Right now, it seems how useful peace was that we used to take for granted. What is certain is uncertainty in this era. That is why we should follow one dogma, the philosophy that stipulates the path better what we are following in Thessaly so that we can trace our strategy through programs and interventions so that we can prevent risks and be always the pioneers. Thank you so much for this eloquent presentation, your passion. So you really made our day. Now let us come to an equally beautiful area, one of the richest experiences in Greece, Central Macedonia, of course, a destiny throughout the year and for every style of tourists, from the magnificent Vergina to the resorts and the beautiful beaches of Chalkidiki, because you know there's no place like Chalkidiki, as they're saying, and Thessaloniki, one of the dearest cities in Greece until the Kaimaksalan resort. So there are many excuses for vacation or holidays. You can ski at Veria, you can have a walk, or you can eat Xenomavro, and you can enjoy the tradition of Nausa. You can discover the nature lovers at Kilkis. You can walk at the aquatic park of Edessa. You may also visit archaeological sites like Pella or Dion and the Byzantine churches of the area. You can get to know the virgin nature of Olympus mountain. You can have a pilgrimage to Agios, you can visit Latochori, you can walk the traditional Paleopandeleimon, fun, relaxation, destination for all tastes, top destinations for culinary tourism, but also for church tourism that may satisfy each need of a getaway in a region which is Greece in itself. With us we have Mr. Alexandros Thanos, the Deputy Governor of Tourism, Central Macedonia region, an area that has the whole package. He's going to talk to us about planning the plans of the region with an aim to further use this charismatic area. Mr. Thanos, you have the floor.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Περιγράψατε έτσι πολύ γλαφυρά.
Thank you very much for having described so well what Central Macedonia indeed offers. I would like to, first and foremost, thank you for having me. The regional governor, unfortunately, could not join us in his capacity as a president of the Association of the Regions, of the Committee of the Regions, and so he's abroad. Now, in the post-pandemic era, we are facing an unprecedented energy crisis, and this is puzzling for the tourist industry, which, of course, shows signs of resilience, thankfully. And certainly the picture of Greece, of Greek tourism, is better, has improved. There's no doubt about that. Now, currently, we have started a series of projects to be implemented in the next 2 years, and which will help us recover our position when it comes to tourism. Central Macedonia, therefore, is investing in infrastructure, will continue to invest in promotion. We have created a new narrative for our region, focusing on alternative forms of tourism. We will also invest in training practitioners and professionals. You know, we are used to focusing too much on hotels, on hotel units and on hospitality, but there's a whole value chain which is also very important and in which feature what the visitors may do during daytime. So integrated approach, integrated interventions. As Mr. Agorastos has said, Olympus is a world brand. Certainly, we need to upgrade the natural resources, generally speaking, for Greece, including rivers, lakes. We need to become more open, extrovert. We cooperate with the Ministry of the Environment and Ministry of Tourism in order to come up with complex and multifaceted tools to promote tourism. There's no need to promote a Kirkini Lake without knowing what services may be provided in the area or what capacity there is, how many visitors may be served without undermining the natural resources and the delicate and sensitive ecosystems. Cultural tourism is also a great chapter. We are to certify the first steps of some pulse steps. And so we will manage to promote the Oros, of course, and the other Byzantine milestones and highlights. Wine tourism is also an important aspect of alternative tourism. We need to study what new incentives we may give to businessmen, to farmers, to producers, oil producers, wine producers, and so on and so forth. Across the country, the breakfast in hotels usually is based on the local produce, but we need to involve also the visitors in the production procedure with a view to trying to exceed the conventional sun and sea and sun model. And so, having said that, we can say that certainly alternative forms of tourism is important. Allow me to remind that in Central Macedonia 2019, we had 2.3 billion euro income from tourism, more than 8 million visitors in our region. We had a 20% increase as against 2018 when it comes to the people's expenditure in our area. So we had enhanced GDP by 20% compared to the previous year, and of course this was an additional value. Tourism is not just limited to attracting visitors, but creating the necessary conditions for multiplier effects for local economies. Such an example is the film office, for example, which is a new pillar of extroversion and openness in Central Macedonia. We incentivize film practitioners to come here to promote the landscape, our natural resources, leveraging the cutting-edge technology in movies, documentaries. So Macedonia has a leading role here, and hopefully this will also mark an increase in the numbers of visitors. We need to lay the foundations for the future. And inflation, the energy crisis, and the humanitarian and the war of Ukraine are not the only challenges we need to face. We should not disregard the fact that our tourism, alternative tourism, is based on our natural resources. So we need to take care of promoting and ensuring sustainability in whatever we do. And here, training, infrastructure, services, upskilling, and so on and so forth are key, especially in sector which have not gained the necessary visibility. We need also to focus on agricultural produce and gastronomy in order to show a greater extroversion, and this will certainly promote exports. So if we also add on top the digital promotion instruments, we certainly the ideal conditions apply to create a tourist success story for the Greek tourism. And certainly this is something we desperately are in need of, given that a high number of jobs depend directly or indirectly on tourism. Thank you very much. And now allow me to give the floor to my other panelists here. Now, Mayor Trikala. It is called the Greek Amsterdam. Indeed, there are countless bicycles circulating, and it is also known as the small Paris because it is crossed by Lythaeus. The landscape of your wide area reminds me indeed of France. No matter how we call it, Trikala is one of the most beautiful cities of Greece, an ideal destination all year round. Innovation, young people, nostalgic coffee shops, technology, bicycles. Once you arrive to the city, the municipality provides a visitor with a bicycle for free. So it's not by accident that it is by far the center of alternative form of tourism. The first time I went to Trikala was when I was 20 years old. Last year, I visited your city again, and I saw a miracle having taken place. So I would like you to explain how you made it. What today is Trikala has nothing to do with what Trikala used to be. Now, my ambition is to directly compare Amsterdam to Trikala and not the other way around. Now, thank you for having me here. That was a joke, of course. Now, apart from the fact that we have a legacy and a heritage in terms of cultural heritage and natural resources, this is not what we have, the resources we have. What really matters is how we will base ourselves on that heritage to create and develop our tourist proposition. Alternative tourism, in my view, sometimes make us think of extreme sports and so on and so forth, which is not the case. Whatever is unconventional is alternative. Entering the Titanium Museum and admiring, for example, the showcases with the Titanis discs may be as alternative as to take a microphone and sing Titanis's songs in there, which is what we have been doing there, because Trikali is synonym to Titanis, Kaldaras, Yorgos Margaritis, and many other artists, actually. So there is music everywhere and each and every day in Trikala. And we want to build museums in which people may have fun. Museums should not only provide the opportunity for people to admire what it used to be. What is important is to experience tourism, to participate, to go on board, to have all your senses activated and stirred. So let us redefine what we mean by tourism and what is the new form of tourism that young visitors want. Bicycle, for example, is an important part of the tourism we offer. You were talking about Paris, and I remember back in 2005, I probably had my best possible trip on a conference in Paris, and I remember bicycling for a week long in Paris. Of course, no comparison can be made between Paris and Trikala. However, that was one of my really memorable experiences. So we need to create friendly cities, cities which will combine more factors. It is absurd for someone to visit Trikala without consuming tsipuro, which is, of course, produced in Tyrnavos, but we also have two important bottling plants. How do you manufacture tsipura? It would be interesting in finding out. Pierakak, the leaders of the digital transformation, digital governance ministry came a couple of weeks ago, and we visited the Tililis plant in order to discuss all that process, how the bottling process takes place, and this is open and accessible. Now, we have submitted a project proposal for the recovery fund, and so it is very important to see how we can use these financial measures in order to create multiplier effect for local communities. And as I was saying, the project proposal we submitted is how to link the ancient history of ancient Triki with the prophetess Elias hill. We leased a military camp nearby, and a former zoo is to be transformed into a local flora and fauna center. Trikala, apart from all other products, we also have cheese. And indeed, Trikala is the first municipality in the packaging of feta. So what we want is to give the opportunity to children to visit Trikala and to get familiar with how cheese is made, how cheese is manufactured. Children should come familiarize themselves with the various species and with all the local tastes, local gastronomy, something which you cannot find elsewhere. And by way of conclusion, in order to leave some room for Marcos, because Marcos has also very interesting things to say, thermal spa also lags behind is very important. We also intend to, in Trikala, to create an enormous open playground, like the one Survivor Show has, in order to attract tourism. The fact that Trikala is located at the very heart of the mainland used to be a disadvantage. Now we are trying to transform that into a benefit, into an advantage. And now we have a thematic park, which was created 10 years ago, now has 1.5 million visitors, when Meteora per annum attracts 2 million visitors. And I bet that the tourism in Trikala will be compared to the tourist flows to Meteora in the years to come. You will know that. And now let me go to my other interlocutor. Greece does not have the necessary infrastructure to host visitors willing to pay expensive the services pertaining to thermal spas. And in Greece, there are hundreds of thermal spas. And it is so important to acknowledge that tens of thousands of visitors can be attracted. But of course, investments need to be made, and a combination between the thermal tourism with alternative forms of tourism. As Mr. Thanas told me recently, thermal spa tourism needs to be part of the tourist package. They are part of the national beauty, the national resources of this country, and they need to be acknowledged for the value they have. Mr. Thanas, the President and General Secretary, of the Greek Association of Thermal Spas, Hellenic Association with Thermal Springs. You have the floor. Thank you. Thermal springs in Greece, well, as we all know, they used to be devalued. The thermal springs did not have the attention they deserved, but now we are experiencing a period in which investments are increasing. Why? Because in the past we made several efforts to pave the way so that today's infrastructures may accept investment. So in short, what we did to acknowledge our natural resources. Now our natural resources have an identity. We know what the indications may have, the cubic meters, instructions. So we have 82 recognized thermal springs, natural resources. 750 is not the exact number of thermal springs, but this is 750 points of thermal water sources. There are only 82, though, certified thermal springs currently licensed and certified. There are 22 legal operators of thermal springs. The law was approved in 2018, and in the meantime, 28 businesses as such have been licensed. And in France, there are 105 thermal springs. We do have 124, but in France, there is full visibility. Why? Because there's competition, because services are provided, and the natural resource is spread and around the whole wider region. Now, look, thermal springs live through subsidies. This is what the people used to believe for thermal springs. But the welfare state is dead. And this is not the case only in Greece, but also abroad. So the rationale of, for example, employing medical doctors in the thermal springs centers cannot continue. How can we face the challenge? Outsourcing, having external medical doctors as external collaborators, but the thermal spring centers will only have their nurse and their physical therapist. Anyway, what kind of investments are required? We need to focus on positioning. At the end of the day, the potential customer, what kind of idea do they have of us, of the thermal springs? Thermal springs are disseminated and dispersed across the globe. Some people argue that we here are going to build infrastructures to attract visitors from across the globe to come to Greece in order to enjoy thermal springs. But we need to say that the only real comparative advantage of Greece is indeed the sun and the sea. When it comes to the other alternative forms of tourism and other natural resources, it is up to us to create the comparative advantage. So we need to insist on that. We need to focus on that. Thermal springs exist anywhere. So why a foreign national will come to us to visit our thermal spring only as soon as thermal spring is a destination in the tourist package proposed to tourists. And I believe that this package should not be based regionally.
Στεναχωρηθούμε, αλλά τέλος πάντων, τι είναι προορισμός? Είναι η αματική πηγή, το μουσείο.
What is a tourist package? This includes everything, the hotel, the natural beauty, the lake, the river, the museum, whatever exists in half an hour drive. And if that also includes prices, then this will certainly attract tour operators. Thermal springs on themselves do not suffice. They can do much more if they are acknowledged at the level of destination. And this is something we need to acknowledge if we want to extend the tourist season. And when it comes to money, when it comes to the necessary financial resources, okay, there are 28.5 billion euros. Some refurbishment will be financed by that. There are the regional operational program and SRF. There are structural funds, and so on and so forth. There is an Interreg Greece-Italy in Epirus. there, the region, and we need to say that in 2017 the region launched the drafting of a 4 business plan for its thermal springs. They had a master plan prepared, and now in Preveza, Vonica and Arta, for infrastructure is being financed. 4 million euro invested through Interreg in another city. So we need to wonder that what is the destination of tourist investments in Greece? It is from, Attica, Cyclades, the Peloponnese, and Crete. So we need to try to increase investments in northern Greece. Let us have a look at Kythnos Island, Taipei. After 2 failed attempts, they managed to attract an investment the 3rd time. So the 3rd time managed to identify an investor. And therefore, we need to spare no effort altogether in conjunction with the municipality to attract investment. Attracting investment is not easy after all, because it involves land uses and other bureaucratic procedures and licensing, which requires years in Greece. And allow me to say about the water of Trikala that this is a wonderful water indeed, with 4 times more sulfur than in the other thermal springs. The business plan is all ready, and in the near future, we will certainly see an investment being made there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all. This is the end of our session.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Hello. Hello. Let me thank you for being here in this conference on Greek tourism. Besides anything taking place in Greece or even outside Greece related to tourism, very interesting. Now, I was joking with Alexandros Angelopoulos. Of course, there will be the presentation. And you have realized that here we have half the GDP of the Greek tourism. I'm very happy to be the moderator of this discussion. My name is Chalkedakis Kostas from the Athens Macedonian Press Agency. I have the honor to be the moderator. I have Alexandros Angelopoulos with me, CEO of Aldemar Resorts. Then next to him, Mr. George Palekanakis, President of the Greek Hotel Manager Association.
Παραδίπλα ο κύριος Σταύρος Μίτσης.
And next to him, Mr. Stavros Mitsis, Manager and Director of Mitsis Hotels Group. I think that we have with us Mr. Dimitris Kalatzidakis remotely from Greek Hotel. Am I right? The General Director of Operations? Okay. Yes, of course. Hello. Thank you for being here. We're very happy to have you with us. It's my great joy and honor. By way of introduction, it would be very interesting to be present throughout the conference because many interesting things have been heard. These are the challenges for the next day. We have heard about the lease in the short run, climate change, how this may have an impact on the next day of the tourist industry. But let me highlight two press releases. First, WTC, that is the famous worldwide organization, which said that in 2023 there will be a recovery of tourists and that we shall come back to the pre-COVID era. This means an exponential growth of labor posts, 126 million labor posts, added labor posts. In Greece, we also the press release by Guardian saying that there will be a huge increase for Greece this year as well. Based on that, we shall never forget the war. We don't know whether this will have an expiry date. We will not forget about the energy cost. Having said that, let me raise 2 or 3 questions and then I can get your answers. If we have some time, we can move on. We all want to learn if 2022 will be a rebound year for the Greek tourism. What are the big challenges based on what I mentioned before? And what are the objectives of your hotels? I think that you can reply to these questions. Let us start with our remote guest from Crete. Maybe the internet could fail us. I don't want to favor him because I also come from Rethymno, but please let's start from Crete. Yes, thank you so much for your hospitality. Well, look. Anyway, since last September, we had a big perspective for Greece that this would be a record year. Unfortunately, getting into the winter with the different factors we all know, the war in Ukraine, etc., all things led to an impasse. But there is perspective in spite of the fact that due to the impact of the war and especially due to the increase of the energy cost, there is a different psychology, especially in Central Europe and German-speaking visitors, which creates some conditions for reservations at the very last moment. We, in Greek Hotel, already we can tell the figures. Our figures are much better than the previous year. We had a good start. Then we had the Easter, both for the Catholics and the Orthodox population. Then things change, so we have to follow a logic day by day. Our objective is that we will be better than the previous year.
Ναι, αναφορικά με τις προκλήσεις.
When it comes to challenges, and this whole energy mix, the energy. Well, look. Let me tell you. The new challenge, because when it comes to employability and personnel, we have read many things have been written down, we know the figures, but the new challenge is the energy cost and the impact of it. Already, in the pre-war era, the increase in food was estimated to be 23%. Imagine, after the impact, the collateral consequences of the war, the increase of that, but the energy cost affecting all sectors much more. To make it worse, hotels, especially during the end of the season, where there is a need of air conditioning, a heated pool. Within the daily routine, we do not know how the summer shall evolve, because during the last years we have very hot summers. So we need air conditioning, and we must also have in mind some not so good news that we have heard of, if there can be some limitations in the use of electricity. I would argue that these are the challenges to face. Apart from that, we have challenges related to the diversification of our demographics in Europe. We have the quick digital transition. This was a positive thing from the COVID era. We quickly entered this phase, but the new speed is quite quick. I don't know whether we are ready as businesses or as hotels to face the crisis worldwide, related not just to climate change, which was a reality up to now, but we're talking about an increased energy cost with all the impact that we've said. Especially, there is also political instability, which might create diet crisis, sanitary crisis, and many more consequences. Thank you, Mr. Kaltsidakis. Let me go to Mr. Mitsis, a group which is the pioneer in the domestic tourist being. In the previous year, you participated in an experiment with the Ministry of Tourism. This delivered inroads. This year, what will be the messages of this year? And of course, what are your challenges for this year? Personally speaking, and overall, people dealing with tourism, I believe that we must always be optimistic. We are facing our clients at the best possible moment of their year when they are on holidays. So we must always smile at them. Obviously, we have to face different problems, like the ones that my colleague mentioned before, Mr. Kalaitsidis. But I believe that through proper programming, loyalty to the objective, vision for investments, these problems can be tackled. When it comes to investments, I would like to elaborate on that later on, because you're also very experienced in that. Mr. Pelekanakis, let me turn to you. You leave the tourist industry from within. Could you please give us a reply? What are the messages for 2022, and what are the problems already obvious in the labor sphere? Hello, thank you so much for this invitation to participate in this panel. Well, look, as Mr. Mitsis said, right now, following 2 years of a pandemic, we are invited to host and demonstrate the spirit of hospitality in Greece under adverse conditions, to tell you the truth. Nevertheless, we are invited to offer our services throughout the world, trusting us for so many years, coming to Greece. And then we need to welcome all those that will come in Greece this year as well. Figures are quite good. I'm very optimistic. I believe that figures, not only will they be better than 2021, but they will overcome our expectations. We're going to see that in late October. In terms of arrivals, we will have many more. We will reach the numbers of 2019. Of course, the financial aspect is another issue which will puzzle us a lot due to the big cost that we will have, this was said before as well, in energy, but also in food. And then there will be another issue in July or in August, at the peak of the season. We will talk no longer about whether food will be expensive or not, but whether we will have adequacy in many different things. This should concern us from now on. So from now, we must take all necessary measures to meet this challenge that we can face shortly. The big problem that we're facing right now is to find personnel. Right now, throughout Greece, 40 to 50,000 vacancies exist in Greece vis-à-vis the previous years. In 2019, not all these vacancies were covered, but even now, this figure is very important. Why? Because it will be very important following the pandemic not to decrease the quality of our services, to defame our country or our hotel units. This will have a negative impact to us, and this is a big issue that can be elaborated later on. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Angelopoulos, our discussions have always been a pleasure. Mr. Angelopoulos, let us stick to the labor force, because there can be a way to solve the problem. What do you think? We will never forget. What do you believe for 2022, and how will the season evolve in your hotels? Do I have to press on anything, any button? Okay, let me start by saying that I am optimistic by nature, and whatever you might listen will not hinder what I've just told you. I am optimistic, but there are challenges. The energy cost, the energy of raw material, and the locked prices that will exist from 2019, but also from the signature of the contracts that took place in the latest period last year, put us some obstacles. The overall burden will overcome 10% in the best case scenario, which means that no matter what people we're going to bring in, we can see. One thing is certain, that the money to be gained, to be earned, will be less. We must also co-evaluate the difficulty in finding raw material, as Mr. Pelikanik said, because already we are able to see a first difficulty in finding things in the market. Then, according to our assessments, for 2022, this problem will not be solved. Many people believe that this will be an issue for 2023 as well. Now, when it comes to energy, in spite of the energy cost, nobody's talking about the true cost in real life. So you talk about sustainability. Greece is able to produce its own energy, and if net metering was first appeared in 2015, every year lost, and we have lost much time, bears a new challenge about when we are going to show the possibility to produce the energy that we want. Buying energy will always be an expensive hobby. And of course, this depends on geopolitical balance. We cannot intervene in that. Now, to talk to you about the labor force, which was your question. Many things have been said, and it is true that you cannot put the blame neither to the employee nor to the employer. There are good examples, bad examples, as everywhere, of course. But one must take into account that we're talking about a trilateral relationship, the employee, the employer, and the state. Let us not forget that the one-to-one we have now as a cost in our payrolls and in non-payrolls leads us to one of the most expensive relationships in any country in the field of tourism. I think that only Italy has some micro deviations that is worse than we are. We are the most expensive country in terms of payrolls, which means that this dialogue is a tripartite one. Each part has its own responsibility. We cannot put the blame on the one or the other, but if we really need to have a discussion for the employee to get more money, if you have less revenue, this should be done through the assistance of the state. A new balance should be found. Now, I come to the end by saying that I believe that we will not reach the levels of 2019, but we must never predict. I don't like predictions, but keep in mind that to reach the levels of 2019, we must co-assess the 700,000 Russians, Ukrainians, and some other collateral people that will not visit Greece this year. This number has been lost. This should be a rebound tourism from the additional markets, but we don't see that yet. So I believe that we will not reach the levels of 2019. We will be lucky enough if we reach 80% of 2019. And what is most important, remember the following. The hedging of fuel done by the air carriers reaches end May. From May onwards, they will review their invoices. So coming to our country will be more expensive. This should not be neglected. We were going to discuss about it 1 month's time. All challenges are ahead, and this must be taken into account without disagreeing with Mr. Mitsis. We must give hospitality in the best possible way. Thank you. But to the detriment of companies, to the detriment of the variation of companies, since we are a people-based economy, we shall offer the best possible scenario for the people. Now, let us go to Mr. Kalatzidakis. Obviously, we have many questions. Greek Hotel has been the pioneer when it comes to the connection between the primary sector and the end user. Since Mr. Pelekanakis said that maybe there can be problems in this chain, Greek Hotel, will it have an issue with the products that may affect the quality of the service offered? What do you think? As the previous speakers quite rightly said, in spite of the challenges mentioned, in spite of the challenges faced, we participate in organized businesses, so everybody has made one plan how we can tackle the issue of this difficulty until we see the shortage of products. Already many efforts, both by Mr. Angelopoulos upon his initiative with the Greek companies, the Greek products that were presented in Heraklion some time ago, following initiatives like Local, an initiative started by Mr. Metaxas, followed by 12 hoteliers, and then Mr. Vardinogiannis of Anet with his ships have materialized the use of local products within their operations. Nevertheless, this has been the credo of these companies, and it is something that diversifies a hotel and may create the added value we all want for our product. In this heavenly destination, we can offer both sea, sun, mountain, and any other activity. It's the best to have products not just with a very good taste, but true products of high nutritional value. And let me add the following. Upon the new strategy of the Greek National Tourist Organization for Greece of well-being, all these efforts coming from different companies. And let me here remind to you that we talked about thermal springs in the previous panel, that is the well-being tourism. All these issues are interrelated and they are at the final lap, so that Greece may follow this model. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalatzidakis. Let me turn to Mr. Mitsis and let me turn the page. Do you believe that the habits have changed? Travelers' habits, have they changed after 2 years' time of non-vacation? Is there a new trend in hospitality? Can you reply to that? Not just habits, but the way they behave. We can judge that from ourselves. That is, the 2 years that we stayed away from our favorite habits of being extrovert, hanging out with our friends, or visiting a destination. First of all, right now, we all want it much more. That is why we are facing this increased demand in reservations lately. And I would say that after February 23rd, for the last 6 weeks it is, especially for April and May, traveler nowadays is more demanding. They need quality. They perceive timely and accurately what they want to pay for. And the most important fact is that they demand quality. Besides, efforts made through local products, what we discussed before, have exactly showcased this factor, that is, promote the destination through the use of local products, which usually are of high quality and added value, that will give a value to the whole tourist package to be enjoyed by our customers. Okay, thank you. Mr. Pelekanakis, you have lived for 2 years in a pandemic era, sanitary measures, difficulties with the customers. What are your remarks? What changes? This year, what comes next? Sanitary measures or not?
Look, currently I am working in a hotel in a summer resort, which opened its doors just 1 month ago. So the great difference between now and 2 years ago is the fact that there's no compliance with sanitary protocols. Last year and 2 years ago, visitors were very cautious and attached particular attention to abiding by the protocols. But we have seen a gradual abolishment of these protocols in some countries. There are even free of mask air flights sometimes. So it is as if we told those people that now you need to put your mask on once again. And so this is what we have seen. We have seen many visitors from abroad not complying by the sanitary protocols, and we have also communicated that to the government. It's very difficult to tell a child that now you will go to the playground, that you need to bear your mask. It's very difficult when at home they do not wear that mask. Now, when it comes to the question you asked to Mr. Mittis, when it comes to the behavior of visitors, we have been witnessing a trend to luxury tourism. People are now more keen to book villas, to book business air flights. Air France over the past months has heavily invested in Paris airport in order to extend the VIP lounge, which has not enough capacity. The same applies to some American air carriers. So people, having been deprived for a 2-year period of its freedom to travel, now want to have access to high-quality luxury services. If you remember back in 2009, 2010, after the explosion of the international financial crisis, when interviewed the UK, France, Germany, and other countries from where our main visitors flow came from, the interviewees would answer that I will certainly not save on my holidays. So for those people working in any European country, night and day, they wake up at morning when it is dark, and they get out of their offices to go home in the evening and it is dark. They long for, they crave for holidays, especially in countries like Greece. Summer holidays is a myth. It is a dream, a lifetime dream for those people, and so we need to be very cautious not to let them down. You, Mr. Angelopoulos, as Aldemar, how do you interpret the current trend, and what about the marketing and attracting new visitors? This is a multifaceted, complex question. On the one hand, you have the revenge tourism, people who have set aside money, put aside money for their holidays. In the European Union, we have seen that people cannot afford to spend their money to buy car, and so they spend their money in holidays, which is interesting because there's a lack of cars on the market. So this is a fortunate conjuncture. There are also those who do make reservations, last-minute reservation, and at the same time, there's also the trend born and climaxed over the past decade. That is, visitors wanting to have a major control over their life, and this is something we can see in the social media as well. The all-inclusive, therefore, the all-inclusive scheme is a trend not doomed to leave and to vanish. So we do have those who request more services or upgraded services with less money, but we have also those who look forward to receiving more services. There is a European debate about abolishing the evaluation of hotels on the basis of stars. So in TripAdvisor, Holiday Check, and Booking.com, or any other evaluation and rating platform, the criticism, the evaluation given by visitors are very important. In Greece, when it comes to five-star hotels, we don't have real five-star hotels because once, for example, the square meters of a room mattered. So currently, we can see a trend of customers who make their choices based on the word of mouth, and their rating is based on the experience of another customer. All that is taken seriously into consideration. We will have less manipulated customers, and controlled by the tour operators, the more privatized airports we will have. And those visitors who are free, who are less manipulated, are on the rise. I would like to remind you that the risk of the airplane is greater than the risk of the hotel, and so no air carrier risks flying void with empty posts. Thank you. We have 14 minutes left, so I would like to make another round of table. And so, Mr. Kalitidakis, how do you see hospitality sector in 20 years' time, given the short-term lease, but also climate change? Well, I'm not sure we indeed can embark on the path of long-term forecasts. However, what we can certainly admit is that one of the advantages of the COVID period we have experienced over the past 2 years was a speeding up in digitalization, even in a traditional industry like the hotel one. So until recently, I believe, the hotel industry had the air industry as its role model, maybe because the air industry was highly technological, so even the food service and catering and reception needed to be at an equally high level. Since 2 years, we have seen drastic changes in cruise. Although this is one of the part of the industry that heavily suffered the consequences of the pandemic, we can see leaps forward in that regard. For example, when we have cruises of more than 5,000 visitors, the companies may have ensured that only 15 minutes are required to go from your cabin to the port. We have also witnessed the introduction of smart technology. Let us not think of, I don't mean robotics, but anyway, smart technology. And so part of the reception in a cruise ship is done in a smart way, and there are bars in the cruise ships that are guided by high quality principles. Now, what I intend to underline is the transformation that is having place in various industries. Imagine the disruption. I mean, we all used to think that cruise and cruise ship was a synonym in our mind with impressive buffet. Now there are cruise ships in which that extraordinary buffet is converted into a thematic restaurant. In other words, things are changing each and every day. This is very important, and if we see colleagues or peers taking an initiative to innovate, then all have to follow. Mr. Mitis, what is your forecast for the next decades, the next 2 decades? Additionally, could you please share with us whether you believe that this is an ideal conjuncture for investment? Are there windows of opportunity for investments currently? In 2022, and since last year, we have launched by far the biggest investment plan, refurbishing 500 rooms in 4 destinations. At the same time, we also invested in increasing our portfolio and in reinforcing our positioning where we already operated in order to extend and enhance our footprint. Our objective, as we said earlier, is to improve the services provided, to give added value to our hotels, and to be up to the tourists' expectations. The forthcoming period, because of the war, but also because of the unexpected consequences and the situation after the pandemic, I'm not sure whether it is promising and it offers itself for investment, especially because of the increase in interest rate. But we will be here to see what will happen in the next months. Hopefully, we will have access to the necessary tools to maintain our optimism. Do you feel that tourism is the heavy industry of the Greek economy? Allow me to say that Greek tourism is in a post-infant phase. There are big steps that need to be taken. I mean, we earlier talked about thermal springs. Suffice it to provide that as an example. Certainly, there's an increasing inflow of tourism, and if everything goes as we have been expecting in the next 20 years, we will see a miracle materializing here, no doubt. Thank you. Mr. Pelaganakis? Starting from what Mr. Mitis was saying, the dream for the next 2 decades is to see the development of alternative forms of tourism, religious tourism, thermal springs. Indeed, there's a great potential to reinforce other forms of tourism that exist already in Greece. We need to promote them. We need to advertise them, to publicize them. We need to explain to potential visitors that there are other flagship destinations than the Cyclades or Rhodes, Santorini, Mykonos, and so on and so forth. So what is at stake is to see tourist development in other regions as Pylio, as the province of Ioannina, which in my view is really beautiful and has been object or has been subject to misunderstandings, traditionally and historically speaking. I do believe, therefore, that alternative tourism is a great bet. At the same time, in the next 20 years, we also need to touch upon education and training. This is something we have not focused sufficiently on. And today we talk about shortage of HR, shortage of skilled people, qualified people, able to provide top-class services is very important. We should not only focus on their salary, but also the qualifications of the people employed in the sector. Apart from the HR, there is also a shortage in executives in the hospitality sector. In 1995, in Greece, there were less than 10 million visitors, and back then only 2 faculties. In the 70s, there was the first in Rhodes, and then the Heraklion Crete, with 70 graduates in each of them. Today, in 2022, we again have 2 schools, and the number of graduates has not changed, with an increasing number of hotel units. So we lag behind. We need to catch up here, and this is something we have repeatedly claimed. So hotel and hospitality education and training is important. Unless we increase the number of faculties, the number of graduates, we will never be able to develop. And well, we also need to say that many of the people working in the hospitality sector is female. It is women who frequently just marry and make family, and they abandon their career. So we need to invest in education. This is fundamental. Thank you. Mr. Angelopoulos. I have been heard you introducing the term hospitality economy, the economy of hospitality. What is your view? What do you have to share with me? I would like to share with you 7 major challenges or opportunities. Call them as you wish. I would like to start by saying this. On the basis of the 1998 study of the analysis, a great opportunity for Greece seems to be this potential 200,000 holiday residences. We have seen similar development in Malta, Spain, Portugal, and other countries. The new Prime Minister has passed a law that allows a flat 7% tax rate possibility, which is very attractive for the foreign European pensioners who may invest in Greece. And I believe that we need to focus on that emerging trend on the basis of a robust action plan. So the competent body needs to take on their real responsibility. My second hope is to have a top-quality Ministry of Tourism in order to take to upgrade the quality of tourism. Not enough attention has been given to the Ministry of Tourism. Then the last wish, of course, hopefully not wishful thinking, is sustainability. Sustainability has been introduced in the jargon of all the crucial industry. So unless we promote the assumption of us operating within a social community, and so employment, education, and whatever is necessary to strike a social balance is up to us to define, is very important. This needs to be part of our DNA. So sustainability is a #1 priority. Next item in my list, the visitors and tourists will try to decide on the basis of what they can afford, on the basis of their income. You will see another paradigm emerging. Let's keep that in mind, okay? Because you asked about what will happen in the next 2 decades. So this will take place maybe not in the near future, but maybe later. I would like to make a separate reference to climate change. I see Mr. Vernikos, who is a guru in this regard. So climate change certainly is here to stay. This does not have to do only with human behavior. This is happening, is already happening, and we need to adapt ourselves. We need to keep control of that. Especially the natural resources in Greece is a chapter of crucial importance. Foodstuff production also is a key sector. Why not just manufacturing what we commercialize, what we market? And then 18 billion euro of income in 2019, 4.6 billion of imports. So a negative balance here. So I apologize to say that we have been working for free. I mean, at the national level, the national tourism, the Greek tourism, because we have been unable and we have failed to manage it correctly, has produced loss. So we need to produce what we offer. And last but not least, to maintain the attractiveness of our proposition, this needs to mirror the identity of this country. And this, to be done, needs to value tourism all year round. I don't like, and I say that frankly, this is not I mean, tourism is the main industry, the main lever of the economy of this country. Ask the governors of the regions of Crete and southern Aegean. So the economy of hospitality, dear Kostas, what does it mean? What does it stand for? That everything passes from hospitality, starting with the road network, the primary sector, manufacturing, so on and so forth. It is everything is inextricably linked to tourism, and not enough attention has been given. So tourism should not only be a focus point during election period. Thank you very much for your insight. This was a very rich and fruitful, indeed, discussion. I hope that we provided food for thought. I'm not sure whether we do have some time for a Q&A session. Well, there seems that we don't have time for that. So I would like to thank Mr. Stavros Mitsis, Mr. Pelekanakis, the President of the Hellenic Hoteliers Federation, Mr. Tassios, and Mr. Angelopoulos from Aldemar Resort. Thank you.
Ναι. Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello. Looking at these eminent speakers of mine, I must start with Gaddafi. Ithaca gave you the nice trip. Without Ithaca, you wouldn't follow this pathway. This idea is self-evident. As we're going to talk about maritime trips, maritime tourism, on which we haven't focused that much. Maybe some things have been heard during the Dianeosis panel, has a great contribution in employability in national economy, as our country is a renowned destination with a coastline of 14,000 kilometers and with a rich fleet of vessels, with a huge cultural dynamic and with a natural landscape which of particular beauty. Our country may combine what the user wants when it comes to professional yachts. The aim of this panel, that will be the moderator, I have with Mrs. Olivia Sopoulos, Secretary General for Tourism Policy and Development from the Ministry of Tourism, Professor Paris Tsartas, who comes from Harakopio, former Dean of the University of the Aegean, Mr. George Vernikos, President of Vernikos Yachts and representative of yachting in the board of the Maritime Chamber, Mr. Antonis Steliatos, who is President of Hellenic Professional Yacht Owner Association, and Mr. Nicholas Vouloumanos, who is Vice President of Hellenic Association of Professional Tourist Cruise Ships. We want to see the image of maritime tourism in our country and spot the different activities to do to further develop this very important type of thematic tourism. Thematic tourism knowledge forms either yachting or cruise ship may attract visitors of a high social and financial profile, so it may contribute as a catalyst in the total upgrade of the tourist product in our country. However, problems and obstacles for the development of sea tourism and maritime tourism are not few nor small. Our topic is maritime tourism and new marketing strategies. With us to analyze that, we have Ms. Olivia Anastasopoulou. She brings to us some news not that good, as she said, from the first extraordinary meeting of the Worldwide Association of Tourism that took place in Madrid. You have the floor, madam.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Hello. Let me thank you for this invitation. It's my great joy to participate in the works of Choose Greece 2022. I would say Choose Greece forever, not just for 2022. Let me mention what Ms. Iliopoulos said. Let me apologize for a small delay, but I just came from Madrid. We had a historic decision, that is, we had the first extraordinary meeting of the Worldwide Association of Tourism. Our topic was the fact whether the Russian Federation would continue to be a member. We voted in favor. All member states of the European Union en bloc, amongst which Greece voted in favor of the suspension of the Russian Federation. It's not a happy incident, but it is a reaction that all legal states should have in front of what we are living, in front of this unprecedented invasion to Ukraine. So now it's time to have an extended discussion on chances coming from Greek tourism. As we have been saying, a crisis always leads us to find an opportunity behind it. The war in Ukraine is not just about the crisis that we live. There was a pandemic before, which substantially contributed to us understanding the power of tourism in the GDP, not just in our country, but also worldwide. The successful management of the successful management of the pandemic by the Greek state led to the ecumenical position of our country. The indices and research show this ascending course even in difficult circumstances. Quite indicatively, let me tell you that in the latest report of IMD competitiveness report, Greece ranked 46th. It used to be 58th. We're talking about an improvement of 12 ranks in 2 years. So, through the sanitary crisis that we all lived, we managed to discover that tourism contributes to the regional development, to social cohesion, to the avoidance of desertification, whereas at the same time it supports investment and our trade balance. We discovered that tourism is an industrial ecosystem having some main sectors. So all synergies are needed from the coordination of that to be able to highlight privileges. At the same time, there was another new priority. It is the design of a tourist strategy that will render the tourist product resilient vis-à-vis any type of crisis, like recently the war in Ukraine. Already, the Hellenic Republic started a national strategy on tourism, which had an aim to enhance the existing comparative advantages and allow us to become more resilient in an era of crisis, improve flows, and benefit from opportunities ahead. To be more specific, within the sanitary crisis that we are living and within the financial turmoil that it brought along, there were some markets that were resilient and there were some others that flourished. One of them was maritime tourism and supportive aspects. Due to inherent characteristics, social distancing, privacy, it proved to be resilient within the pandemic, which makes us optimistic about the future, as it is included in the main strategic axis for the growth of tourism in our country. Greece, besides, as you know, is one of the most renowned destinations in the world when it comes to yachting, for reasons that are self-evident. State-wise, in the Ministry of Tourism, we are moving on with the implementation of a reforming agenda on maritime tourism. Let me stress that within March we had the first meeting of the Committee on Tourist Sports, and in May there will be a subsequent one, as it is the competent committee to give an opinion about all different aspects related to ports. Furthermore, we have some financing tools offered by the RRF. They will give us the necessary tools for the implementation of maritime infrastructure needed so that our country may become a hero in the immediate future in maritime tourism and enhance sustainability and resilience across the globe. Quite indicatively, let me tell you that Christie's Real Estate puts Greek Islands as the second best destination for luxury yachting after the French Riviera and above destinations like Virgin Islands, Palm Beach, Florida, and Costa Smeralda in Italy. According to Bloomberg, Greece since June 2021 is at the top of super yachts. However, here we should say that there is an increase of the popularity in maritime tourism in neighboring countries like Cyprus, Turkey, and Croatia, which are significant competitors of ours. The said countries have invested a lot, having at their heart the growth of the tourist port infrastructure. It is of paramount importance to create in our country an integrated, fruitful, and sustainable network of tourist ports, both through a new framework and with new marketing strategies, which is a part of our ad hoc agenda. Starting from the new framework on tourist ports, our aim is to guarantee these conditions to best use the different tourist infrastructure in the country. voting some days ago the relevant legal framework to speed up the licensing procedures has as a final objective the increase of competitiveness of our country in the field of maritime tourism infrastructure. To be more specific, let me tell you a few words. When it comes to the law 2160 of 1993, we improved it in a way that we will become more agile and speedier in the different procedures, focusing on the growth factor in the framework of the new national strategy on tourism. Among others, let me tell you that we promoted the subsequent changes in the bill that was voted is the law 4926 of 22, simplification of licensing, the transfer into an approval situation, a law of 2016. There is another procedure to legalize the current tourist port infrastructure, and it also foresees a possibility to increase under specific conditions of the building coefficient in ports, according to the law 2160. There's another possibility to have a tender procedure for the concession of a tourist port, and then the signature of a contract before the special plan and the completion of the projects. Likewise, we believe that we can have a speedier and more effective implementation of high-value investment, and then we can attract serious investors. Then there is special care so that the possibility to vote laws about or rather to modified laws for current infrastructure to abide by current laws. This is a regulation that combines the pro-investment policy to the rational responsibility for the speedier completion of all necessary conditions and, of course, the fullest and legal operation of ports. Now, coming to the second part about the marketing plan. The main objective of our ministry, of our government for 2022, but also a national target, because I believe that tourism and yet maritime tourism is a national cause transcending political parties or governments. It's about all Greeks. We're talking about the enhancement of the tourist recovery in our country that was seen during the summer period of 2021. National marketing strategy on tourism includes the promotion of Greece into a top, modern, attractive, safe, sanitary-wise, multi-insular destination with a beautiful hinterland offering thematic tourism throughout the year. Enhancing thus the traditional products is done with a horizontal axis, which is sustainability. Through the marketing plan, Greek Tourism 2022 of our ministry, we have set the objectives for this year, including the establishment of Greece as a top-of-mind tourist destination. Through the brand identity, the enhancement of the reputation for the destination Greece, the mitigation of seasonality and the extension of the tourist period, and of course, the use, as said before, of all chances offered by the development tool coming from the RRF. Specific objectives: promotion of the special types of tourism like maritime tourism that we are discussing today, vis-a-vis the overall projection of our country at a ratio of ad expenditure more than 50%. Tailor-made adoption of both online and offline modern communication tactics per target market, suitable to attract useful audiences, and of course the use of the digital skills of the platform, digital possibilities offered by the platform Visit Greece. Coming to the end, let me tell you that in the conference on sustainable and coastal tourism that followed the 26th meeting of the Committee of the Worldwide Tourist Organization for Europe, which took place in our country in Athens last June, we highlighted that coastal and maritime tourism are a top priority. In this framework, we signed a memorandum of understanding to establish the first observatory of coastal and maritime tourism for the Eastern Mediterranean. under the auspices of the ministry and by the Secretary General of the organization, aiming at monitoring sustainable development for coastal and maritime tourism and subsequently the production of a well-documented policy. Furthermore, there will be a memorandum of understanding with the University of the Aegean to shape the necessary methodological standard and to get the support by the research center. All the above are included in our holistic project for a tangible upgrade of maritime tourism in our country, having as an aim to make it a comparative advantage worldwide. Let us all focus in these difficult times on what makes us optimistic for a better future. As you all know, the primary indices for the tourist season are quite encouraging. The Prime Minister said so during his visit in the Ministry of Tourism. I represented the worldwide organization I represented the ministry in Madrid, but our Prime Minister said that tourism is a priority. We have all understood that this is the heavy industry for our country, meaning 25% of the GDP in our country. This may not be neglected. Thank you so much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you. Mr. Tsartas, Professor of Tourism Development at the Harakopion University and former rector of the University of the Aegean. No need to introduce him. Of course, we are all familiar with his books. Tsartas is synonym to alternative tourism, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I do believe he is the appropriate person to analyze what we have been discussing. You have the floor, sir. Allow me to start by making two remarks. I know that we don't have endless time. However, it has to do with what I heard in the previous session, and I would like to make those remarks. First, it's not the first time, of course, but we have once again heard about the need for institutional legalization and upgrade of tourism at the level of tourism, etc. Mr. Angelopoulos said so. He is 100% right. But because I have been long involved in the institutional safeguarding of this sector, over the past years, this government indeed has promoted a series of serious interventions. Notwithstanding, what is visible is important. So, if not the necessary attention is given to a ministry, in our case this is the Ministry of Tourism, which represents the 25% of the Greek GDP, we need to acknowledge that. This is very important. It is very important to restore credibility of the ministry. Who knows how many people know the direct and indirect positive impact of tourism and cultural tourism in particular. In the case of tourism, extensive surveys and studies have been carried out by IOVE and other centers, but culture also accounts for 2.2%. So there is the dynamic here of two sectors which are very constructive and productive for this country, and we should not challenge this anymore. And this brings me to my second remark. When the pandemic exploded, and back then we were talking about the then Pisaridis package and afterwards renamed RRF, many argued in favor of the end of tourism, considering that this country needed to come up with other solutions, other industries, other sectors. So allow me to say that when it comes to development, growth, and economy, we need to start discussing our resources. So our existing resources are the resources, the dynamic resources linked to tourism and to culture. And I am delighted to see many people having acknowledged that since 2020. forecasting a recovery after the pandemic quicker than we could expect. And the history will also show that we will manage to recover earlier despite the war in Ukraine. I believe that these two remarks are key also for the discussion we will have. Of course, the other panelists are more experts, more experienced in maritime industry and maritime tourism than me. But when it comes to special products in Greece and how we view them, no doubt we have witnessed over the past decade very positive results. It's the first decade which the special products substantially, and despite the rigidities, problems and pathologies, start becoming a reference point for tourist policy. It's the first time. I also have to admit that sometime in the past, we were speaking about alternative forms of tourism, saying that at least 7 out of those products, maritime tourism included, have great prospects. 30 years ago, there were people arguing that those were niche markets, so non-important markets. And so I'm really wondering, 30 years afterwards, what was the evidence back then to say so? Now we have a multifaceted sector. Up to 2010, we used to say that without being able to prove it, but now, thankfully, we can rely on data, studies, and research. There's a border survey in 2005, the INSETE studies and international studies, according to which we do have customers who come to Greece, spend 5, 7, or 15 days, and during their travel, they separate their demand. And so we need to have specific objectives to serve and to meet when it comes also to marketing. Polydynamic marketing. Mr. Varelasco is here, knows very well what this means. It means that our market needs to focus on the existing tourism who may spend 3 or 7 days in a 5-star hotel, yes, and a week later go to the Samaria Gorge or to climb a mountain. So we have different kinds of tourists. We do have those who focus only on thematic tourism, but we also have more visitors who would visit Greece in order to enjoy more than one tourist product. And so maritime tourism needs to regain its importance, but we need to be realists and stop thinking about seasonal tourism. This is obsolete. I mean, the absolute reality is that we do welcome tourists all year round, 12 months per year, and there are bright prospects on condition that, of course, there is a necessary political and financial backing. I would like to conclude by saying that some have argued that there is a lack of tourist education. No doubt. I am positive about that. But people have also argued that the OTEC are the only educational centers, which is not true. I know that the current structure of tourist education now includes the schools of the ministry under the auspices of the minister and another 8 undergraduate courses, university courses, and all of them include internship and apprenticeship. These are not theoretical courses. And so, indeed, there is a shortage in human resources, in employees in the sector of hotels. This is true, but we need to enhance communication, interaction. We need to bring together the candidate employees and the stakeholders. And this not only has to do with hotels, but also with special tourism. Thank you very much, Professor. Greece, a people of seafarers with a long coastline, clean sea, and hundreds of islands, attracts high-profile visitors. Let me give the floor now to the experts. Our country is a world champion, and so that in 2020 and 2021, if I'm not wrong, it remained one of the top tourist destinations. The moderator's microphone has some problems, so we do have some sound problems, unfortunately. So I would like to ask you about the priorities to enhance the legislative framework and the yachting. And I would like to give the floor to the president of Vernikos Yachts, Mr. Vernikos.
Hello, thank you.
Σηκώθηκα γιατί δεν κρατάω καλά το μικρόφωνο ο καθήμενος.
I don't like to speak being seated. Very nice question. So let me be a bit useful for this discussion. The first thing that I would like to highlight is that when it comes to theory and ideology of tourism, I believe that we have earned it, and everybody agrees that tourism must respect the environment, must be linked to culture, to local productivity. It must present all the issues of quality, and we have understood that this is one of the main directions that may prevail at the European level related to sustainable development, climate change, digitization, innovation, upskilling, reskilling, and I would argue also everything that we have been saying about sustainable development, circular economy, protection of biodiversity and of the ecosystem with accelerators, the technology, green skills in cooperation with international standards and sound management. So I believe that this whole system, that one way or another, is the definition, the ideology of tourism. I believe that we have conquered that and we have really understood it. Regardless of the words that we are saying, I believe that everybody agrees on that. At this point, I would like to mention a bit more the issue of maritime tourism that you said. Let me share with you some thoughts which I put under the test of our discussions. My view is that Greece, as a maritime destination, is the best place in the world. It's not just about Greece, we're talking about the whole Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean, the coast of Croatia, including that, Turkey, all these places, the best in the world. So the question is not how we come first in super yachts or in any form of yachting. The question is why this was in delay. There are different excuses. My view is that one reason for putting that in delay is that we focused on the Caribbean because it was close to the US, and the Eastern Mediterranean was believed to be a bit dangerous, and many European countries having a colony in the Caribbean like France with Martinique and Guadeloupe, they focused on the development during specific decades in that region. Indicatively, let me tell you that it was cheaper to go from France to Martinique than coming to Greece. Different reasons play the key role, but what is important is that today we are in an era where maritime tourism is upgraded. The Eastern Mediterranean and all countries that I mentioned before are at the heart. I do not believe that these countries are competitive. I believe that we are given the same fight. We have the best of the best, like Hem. Travelers do know that the variety of Greek islands and of the Greek light, as well as this whole Greek archipelagos, is unprecedented. We must follow a notion of sound competition that is have a follow-up in main services that should be met. We should follow the good examples and not the negative aspects or have any type of delay. Based on today's reality, to keep it short as the speaker, I would say that the main issues faced by maritime tourism today, they are the following four. First one, mooring posts. I would like to say that my view is that even if we do nothing, let us continue as we are with the current infrastructure, with the current mines, etc. Maritime tourism will increase. Why? Because we are the best place in the world. Because we have this reputation. We are the best place. Everybody will discover that. Everybody will come. But let us now see what we can do as a positive step. First positive step related to the mooring posts. I will be a bit strict to that. Let us not repeat the same things, because we are going to forget our arguments right now. I'm not interested in design. I'm not interested in anything else. I'm interested in the ministries to tell me for 2022 2023 how many mooring posts they shall build. In the past, we were saying that ministries must have some quantitative targets with specific timeline, not general statements. Nowadays, there is a possibility for glory with more flexible, smarter policies, and we can also use the existing situation, but also create more flexible systems. But I'm talking about an immediate use, not elaborate on special planning and new laws. Now, let me tell you something else so that you can understand me. Many proposals are not sound. What do we mean if we're talking about investors in ports? First of all, if you create integrated marinas, as we perceived that 30 years ago, it's difficult in the Mediterranean. Nowhere in Europe may you build well-planned marinas because you get local reactions, because you have environmental programs. The environmental rules become stricter and stricter, so things are difficult by definition. The issue is, with the environment that we have, what can we do? And what are the immediate mooring posts that can be added? Problem number two for maritime tourism, related to the human factor. Obviously, all sectors are related to that. If one asks me, what are the problems faced today as a business, I would ask you mooring posts and HR. These are the main ingredients, and this might be enforced for every business. Let me add that I believe that in our place, there is no sincere discussion about any serious issue. Tourism says I have 60,000 shortage of labor posts. This can be uttered by any strand. I remember in shipping, when I was young, there were 80,000 sailors and 50,000 retired people. Now we have 85,000 retired people and 10,000 sailors. There is no strand of the economy without any problem when it comes to HR. But can we really talk about fertility rates? What happens with the employment rights? What happens with education? What happens with the human flows, migration flows, so that we can get to a crystal clear view? Let us add to that people aging, whether they're going to be active or not. We can see the problem many times, but there's no substantial dialogue. Why? We know, you know why. We don't have the culture of social dialogue. We have a culture of everybody looking to him or herself. We're interested in being the louder, and in reality, when people have a political post or a trade unionist post. They're interested in protecting their own interests instead of performing a genuine and effective dialogue. Within this overall ambience, we can include all these topics related to the human factor, either where we talk about education, shortage of HR, or how each one may attract the HR needed. Point number 3, I would argue that we need mind. What do I mean by that? If we can't do it right, let us do nothing. It is. Maritime tourism has one risk: wrong movements, wrong views. I don't mean to downgrade, but I need to stress the importance of the fact that the government believes that tourism is a priority. They showed it. They supported it during the last years. There are some efforts made already. We have seen some laws, but there are some errors, like the infamous Article 8 of the latest bill. The state voted all of a sudden some specific provisions on vessels having a flag of a third country, a fast-track procedure, as if there were mooring posts or as if this was under a specific strategy. It was an erroneous measure at an erroneous moment. I will not elaborate on that. My friend Andonis may elaborate on that. And I would say that this topic does not, I'm not interested in this topic, but it is rather an example, not an issue. We must avoid errors. If we cannot do anything good, let us avoid errors. Fourth thing to stress, the point of respect for the environment, of the ecosystem, and maritime biodiversity. In the previous session, we said how we can envision tourism after 20 years. I believe that after 20 years, there will be a great demand about Greece and maritime tourism. You cannot imagine. What you can imagine is that there will be strict environmental rules. Everybody who would like to come to Greece may sign a short declaration that they will respect the environment. They will respect all main principles, values, and will contribute to the preservation of our environmental beauty. I don't mean to target any further, says the speaker, because we agree on everything else. We are having complimentary speeches, but I do share with you some thoughts of mine and some concerns of mine, among which there is a key role that in this phase we must be able to discuss in a serious way, in a holistic way, about what we are interested in. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vernikos. Thank you indeed. Greek yachting is a vivid entrepreneurial strand, having a guarantee to raise the bar when it comes to the bar of Greek tourism. In yachting, our country has a spectacular course throughout the latest year. Steadily, we are preferred. In spite of the satisfactory pathway, we need, as we listened, an extended development of the marinas throughout Greece, get rid of bureaucratic obstacles, create specialized HR, and many more things. We have with us the president of Hellenic Professional Yachting Association, Mr. Andonis Steliatos, who would like to comment on the new bill about the future of Greek yachting. He will have some objections, as he said, and will give us an overall picture about today's reality, which, as he told me in a recent dialogue we had, is not a rosy one. You have the floor, sir. Secretary General, dear guests, hello. You know that our country has 15,000 kilometers of coastline, 5,000 small islands. Each island has its own traditions, its own cuisine. We know hospitality that can be only offered in Greece. We have a rich history, and no matter where you are, you can breathe an air of cultural history. Our association, or rather, Hellenic Professional Yacht Owners with a Hellenic flag are 5,650 of all categories. catamaran cruise ships with a skipper or not, with a staff or not, up to 100 meters. We have 5,000 Greek sailors with the ships, but my friend Mr. Vouroumanos could talk about cruise ships. We started with a good year. Well, let me start from 2019 and then elaborate on 2021. 2020 was a distraction. 2021, there was an increase that we could not expect, 60% compared to 2019 in two categories of professional ships. In 2022, we are waiting for a brilliant year. The flow of reservations stopped a bit due to the war and due to the energy crisis, but I believe that we shall overcome. Marinas, no. I cannot tell my Secretary General to build marinas tomorrow. I don't know whether this is feasible or not. As my comrade George said, we have been waiting for 20 years to have a marina. Nothing yet. One question though, where are we going to place the 700 vessels that will come for the 21 days according to the new bill? Where are they going to be moored or docked? This is the question that we have. Well, this is an ironic question. It's not your fault. You want to do your job, and when feasible, you're going to build marinas. Let me say a few words. I'd rather give you two examples first. For the new law. You might believe that this is absurd, but this is a reality. All of a sudden, the Ministry of Tourism gets mad, passes a law and says, all tourist buses with plates, St. Thomas, Cameroon, may be active in Greece for 21 days. The tourists may go from Athens to Vergina and back, and then after 21 days, without anything else, with any other obligation, they might leave. The Ministry of Transport may get crazy and say that all tracks of public use with plates of Congo, St. Thomas, let's say, for 21 days in Greece, and 28 days in Greece, without anything here, without any obligation nor VAT, and then they can leave. And they can have a transfer between Koliatou Square and Patricia neighborhood. Something similar happened in the law that passed so rapidly on Good Tuesday, during the Holy Week. Let us not put the blame to my friend, the Minister of Maritime Affairs. There are technical questions addressed that facilitate the coastal shipping. But let us talk about Articles 8 and 9, as my comrade George said. What does this mean? It means that we cannot tell the support of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs towards third country flagged ships. That is, the ships bearing the flag of coconuts and witnessing the ownership of a vessel. The owners cannot be recognized. Flags of any country and any color. Why do you leave them to come to Greece, be here for 21 days without any professional license, without any license of installation, or without a license of a tax rep? It is tragic. I don't know what foreign interest pushed toward this direction so that these vessels come to Greece to the detriment of it and then leave. Not only will they leave, but they will do what they did before. Since 2017, since mid-2016, until the end of 2018, we got 300 professional dummy yachts, and they paid 7.5 million euros in fines. Why do we want them here? Are there any middlemen? Why? Then this will continue. They believe that they will not be controlled because the Coast Guard, which has delivered exquisitely, but this is not up to the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is here to safeguard our maritime borders, and that is why we should congratulate them for their fight against illegal migration. We, as an association, since we see this tremendous injustice, we have been in contact with these islands, St. Thomas, St. Croix, Fiji, for the change of flag. But at the same time, we feel proud when we see that there is a Greek flag from Castellorizo to Agathonisi, from Agathonisi to Gavdos, and from Gavdos to Othoni and Terikusa. Unfortunately, we have that want. We want our flag to wave in all our islands and at our seas. We are in a dilemma. We shall see the implementation. How many millions will be brought in our country by these dummy goats of 21 days? Mr. Steliatos, we're out of time, please. Not out of topic, out of time. The time is running out, unfortunately. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I apologize for having interrupted you. A very important pillar of a tourist is, of course, professional tourist cruise ships. This is an activity that promotes insular Greece, coastal Greece, and provides high-level competitive services. For the strategic issues of this sector will talk Mr. Vouloumanos, Vice President of Hellenic Association of Professional Tourist Cruise Ships. Good morning, good afternoon to all. As the moderator said, I am here on behalf of the Hellenic Association of Professional Tourist Cruise Ships, and I would like to start providing some figures in order to make you understand the importance of it. At least 3 million passengers per annum in daily cruises, without calculating those driving visitors to beaches. More than 100 million turnover, 850 vessels across Greece, especially in small islands, along the borders, with a bearing capacity from a few passengers to 1,000 passengers, and 3,000 exclusively Greek sailors being employed on these ships, on these vessels. But apart from figures, what is that renders the daily cruise so important? First of all, it addresses all the visitors of Greece. The daily cruises are very important, but the product, like ours, addresses to all target groups, all visitors, because it is affordable. For example, a yacht that will go to Kleftiko, to beach on Milos, will offer this experience to 8 people. A professional cruise ship will offer this important experience to 80 people. So you may all understand the multiplier effects this may have for the experience that the visitors will have, and by word of mouth will multiply its importance. Daily cruise also promotes all the beauties of Greece. Chrysi and Balos, protected areas, or the underwater museum of Alonissos, the Zante shipwreck, Keros, Antipaxi, archaeological sites like Spinalonga, Agioros, volcanoes like that of Santorini, etc. Third important element, where cost navigation does not suffice. The daily cruise enables the visitors to visit more than one island in a single day in order to optimize their experience during their stay in our country. Fourth, the tourist cruise ships are at the service of local communities. There are islands like Simi, Paxi, Hydra, with a big part of their local economy relying on the visitors from nearby islands, thanks to the daily cruises. But what is the major challenge for the tourist cruise ships? Maybe you expect me saying that it is about the legislative framework or the operation of the operating costs or the competition of other sectors or insufficient advertisement, which is true. But the real problem is their low tickets, their low fare. And this is linked to marketing. So how we can optimize our product with a view to increasing the income and profits. The basic rationale behind the low fare is the fact that the existing fleet is obsolete and can only provide essential transport services. The visitors, though, would certainly afford and would be willing to pay more if they had access to better services. As all the previous sessions have shown, Greece intends to promote alternative tourism for high-end visitors and services with an additional value. So professional tourist cruise ships may have a leading role because they indeed are at the service of many alternative forms of tourism. But we need to first be able to finance the purchase of new vessels, refurbish the existing ones, and promote partnerships with private entities, local government, in order to promote the visibility of our archaeological sites. Mr. Vouloumanos, unfortunately, we don't have time. Allow me just to say three things. Alonissos diving underwater park, initiative to promote the Ieraodos, the marine Ieraodos, with a visit of Elefsina and Salamis Island, or vessels restaurants, which could promote wine tasting, gastronomy, event ships, which can uphold Congress, tourism, and much more. Very briefly, what is necessary? First of all, financial tools. The tourist cruise ships should be financed through NSRF in actions that have to do with the development of local communities, green economy, and digital transformation. And this will happen for the first time because the professional tourist cruise ships may be the only sector of maritime tourism which has never received any subsidy. To date, it was viewed as part of the transport, and certainly there is a wide prohibition by the European Union for state aid in this sector. Moreover, the port authorities is also very important, with a specific location for tourist cruise ships. This is the #1 problem for the development of cruise. Athens, for example, does not have a single berth or a single location, as Trocadero used to be, berthing for small professional tourist cruise ships. This is by far the most essential thing, and it is important By way of conclusion, I would like to spend some words about the law that the previous speakers have also touched upon. There are some positive aspects concerning the coding of the law. We do believe that the important thing is that for the first time, professional tourist cruise ships may recruit personnel assistant in non-sailor specialties, waiters, for example. And so this personnel will not necessarily be sailing personnel. So there are some good clauses, but we do believe that an opportunity has been missed for an important intervention in the maritime tourist sector. Hopefully, in the future, we will see a major intervention happen. Thank you for listening. I would like to thank Mr. Bouloumanos. I would like to thank you all. This discussion was fruitful, and thank you very much.
Ξεκινάμε.
Can we start? So, good afternoon to all. My name is Etosola Papanikolaou, a journalist at Star Channel, amongst other things. And it is a pleasure and an honor to introduce two mayors of two beautiful cities of Greece. And we will talk about the relationship between tourism, development, environment, and so on and so forth. No need to tire you with details. Mrs. Virginia Stergiou, Mayor of Stylida, and Mr. Moisis Elisaf, Mayor of Ioannina. And I would like to start with you. Ladies first. I don't know whether Mr. Koukas from Mykonos will connect. Now, Mrs. Stergiou. Here you are. Greetings from Athens. Thank you. We are ready for a powerful 3-day period. Your Easter was also great, right? Mr. Koukas, I will first give the floor to Mrs. Stergiou. for she's the only lady here. Now we are talking about the environment and municipalities and optimizing the use of resources, etc. You have the floor, madam.
Καλησπέρα λοιπόν και από μένα.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank very much the organizing committee for having me here. Choose Greece 2022. And as the General Secretary has pointed out, not only for 2022, but always. So Choose Greece 2022. Thank you very much. And Choose Greece for a series of reasons, including investment, history, culture, hospitality. The municipality of Stylida is among those municipalities which cannot be actually, do not belong to any category. They are not on the plain, they are not mountainous municipalities, they are not coastal, because they have a particular geomorphology, and so this entails that Stylida is a highly interesting municipality with a social, cultural and economic dimension characterized by also the unique natural resources.
Ο πρωτογενής τομέας κυριαρχεί στην οικονομία.
Now, our economy relies on olive oil cultivation. There are olive groves and sun, and of course the province of Theotida produces, cultivates more than 10,000 olive trees with more than 30,000 jobs, 30 approximately manufacturing businesses involved in the production of table olives, and more than 60 olive mills. And of course, there are many other derivatives or derived and byproducts from olive cultivation. Now, the municipality of Stylida is one of the first areas in our country dealing in producing table olives, with Conservelia being the DOP. The agricultural cooperation of Stylida, founded in 1949, is one of the oldest cooperatives in Greece, which sets and complies with the high standards all along the chain. Now, what the municipality of Stylida does in order to support producers, we have upgraded the necessary infrastructure, irrigation infrastructure, and we have built new irrigating networks. We also have intervened by building new rural streets and roads, The municipality participates also in all the initiatives taken to promote the local produce, here and abroad. Karavomilos, a small picturesque village that, apart from the various tavernas, is also known for the melas. And its history dates back many centuries, from the Melas Tower, 1999. La Tour Melas, as it is called today, is a boutique winery which produces 160,000 wine bottles and has 4 labels. Apart from these, the tower also has bottling facilities, a cellar and reception and a living room. It also has rooms, wide rooms, to welcome visitors. They are all located in the tower. So La Tour Melas is an important highlight of our region. We support the local businesses, the businesses which are fundamental for our local development, and we raise awareness, we promote them. At the same time, the municipality is taking initiatives to deepen local entrepreneurship. The municipality of Stylida has also a rich religious tourist proposition. There are 5 historic monasteries which were founded in the 18th century. And those monasteries also have played an important role during the revolution, the Greek Revolution, in 1821. These monasteries started their operation in the 18th century, before the Greek Revolution. Their contribution is embedded in the General Archives of the State. The municipality of Stylida digitalized and recorded all the books of these monasteries, and so we are now creating an archive in Achinos, which is a historic village and offers alternative proposition to visitors. It is not by accident that the Rosary had here her second holiday house. Raches. Raches is a summer resort built where the ancient Allopi city was built. It is a destination for the lovers of alternative tourism and also the friends of kite surf, given that the settlement of the Raches beach is considered the 3rd best point in the Mediterranean for the fans of kite surf. The municipality of Stylida, in cooperation with the Port Authority, promotes this sport by signaling and by enforcing the necessary safety measures. I have to say that for those who are familiar with this, with kite surfing, as wind surfing, the fans of this sport may cross the entire Europe to reach our beaches. And very close to Raches are the Lichadonisia, which administratively belong to Euboea. However, they are a complex of a cluster of islands which has Monalia, the largest island. It is full of vegetation, it is green, and there are beautiful beaches, but also organized beaches in there. The most impressive part is that in this region you may also see particular species at risk of extinction as the seals. And here the tourist vessels owners are encouraged to take care of transporting visitors to the Rachonixia. Glifa, a summer resort and a gateway to northern Euboea. It is a beautiful village with a high prospect for summer vacations. The beach has a blue flag from the European Union for its beautiful crystal clear waters. In Fanos, location in the excavation of 1986, 2 Messenian-like tombs were discovered. They were uncovered. According to the first archaeologists, in Fanos of Glifa, there was a particular people who was living there and was transporting people and goods by being paid for that transport. That people was a seafaring people, and this is something that ancient sources explicitly say. According to Homer, Myrmidones participated under the guidance of Achilles in the expedition to Tria. Today, the port is extended in order to have more vessels connecting the islands. Moreover, the region has also auctioned the creation of a shelter in order to meet the increased needs of the area. I have much to say, but I will stop here because I know that we're running out of time. Let me just project a short video.
Γεών Θειωτών, την αρχαία πόλη των Φαλάρων, τον Αχινό, την πρωτεύουσα του βασιλείου του Αχιλλέως.
Θα θαυμάσω τα νερά, τα βουνά και θα επισκεφθώ το δέλτα του Στερχιού, τιμώντας το κατάφυτο της άγριας ζωής.
Θα αθληθώ ταξιδεύοντας με ποδήλατο στη στεριά και με kite surf στις καταγάλανες θάλασσες του Μαλιακού.
Και από αυτά τα καταγάλανα νερά, ύστερα θα βρεθώ σε κρυστάλλινα ποτάμια, σε απέραντους ελαιώνες, σε ορεινά μονοπάτια, για να ξεδιψάσω σε δροσερές πηγές.
Θα επιστρέψω ξανά και θα νιώσω όλη αυτή την ομορφιά που αυτός...
Νομίζω...
I think that there has been a glitch.
Oh, no.
Θα το συνεχίσουμε.
Δεν πειράζει.
Λοιπόν.
Δεν πειράζει.
We'll watch it now. My conclusion, I would like to say that a prosperous society is based on a sound environment, an environment that may guarantee resources through growth. The four different dimensions of sustainability, our society, environment, culture, and economy, are intertwined. In this framework, the objective of each municipal authority, like ours, is to offer dignitary life for their citizens. Choose great and not in your lifetime.
And authentic. If looking for quiet places to relax, there are countless rural areas, both in mainland and in islands too, where you can recharge your batteries away from the crowds. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την υπομονή σας.
Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for listening to me. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, και από τη Στυλίδα στα Ιωάννη.
From Stylida to Ioannina.
Ο κύριος Μωυσής Ελισάφ είναι ο δήμαρχος.
Mr. Elisaf is the mayor of the city, mayor of Ioannina. The floor is yours. Thank you so much for this honor, for inviting me. It is obvious making a link between tourism and the environment. And especially yesterday, it was announced that our city is included in these cities that until 2030 will be neutral in terms of climate. Somebody might understand that any growth, tourist growth, should be linked directly and substantially with the protection of the environment. Extroversion in our city and tourist growth are of paramount importance for our municipal authority. So as a city, we have all these possibilities, fully respecting the environment, to render the city a hub, as it has ever been, a cultural, sanitary, sports and tourist hub for the wider region of the Balkans. Our city is located at the heart of the road networks, not just of the country, but also for the Western Balkans. Here, I must say that the responsibility is on behalf of the state to finalize the Ionian road until Kakavia. There is an upgraded international airport. It also has an exquisite university with more than 20,000 students, with a very modern under and postgraduate curriculum. Significant infrastructure, five-star hotels, but also many four-star hotels, boutique hotels, with very accessible and affordable prices. There are exquisite tavernas, restaurants, combining gastronomy to modern culture. Yuan is a hospitable city with many beauties and a rich cultural heritage that may be seen by the viewer and by the guests. I will talk about the lake and the region close to that. There is the castle, the city, the Acropolis of Calais, with its monuments, the Acropolis of the ancient times, and the famous cave. Let me also mention archaeological sites like the one of the Donis with the ancient theatre, the biggest worldwide possibly, but also the one of Castrita, which is not that well known. The Crete museums, let me set apart archaeological museum with marvelous monuments from the area, the Byzantine Museum, the Museum of Silversmithing, and then what we can see here, the Museum of Pavlos Vrelis, the Ali Pasha, and the pre-revolutionary period museum. Now, the museums showing the coexistence of different religions, the Christian churches, and of course the monasteries of Pamvotida Lake, the Ottoman monuments, and the Jewish monuments like the synagogue. Let me also mention the silversmithing, but also during this pandemic period, we have different sanitary units along with the university, 800 beds, fully manned, fully staffed with all necessary equipment. This is the spirit of our effort. Let me also focus on the sports tradition. And let me also highlight the achievements in rowing, where, of course, this year we had a gold Olympian. Let me also talk about the rich tradition of our city. The cultural infrastructure of the municipality and the impressive, I believe, cultural life that improves the quality of life of our inhabitants. Let me also stress the unique possibility of the guests to be able to enjoy within less than 1 hour the unprecedented natural beauties of Zagora or Jumerka villages, but also the coasts of Preveza or Parga or Sivota. Hospitable people in the city, which are the safety valve for a pleasant stay. We are a region with a lengthy tradition in hospitality. All these, of course, render our city a privileged destination also for conference tourism. We are the third hub in our city for national conferences, and through our movements in the next time period, we aspire for Ioanna to become an attractive destination for international conferences. We are a dynamic community in tourism through synergies and through the participation of all stakeholders, a team that is able to achieve its goals. Right now, we are in the procedure to forge a convention bureau that will be able to gather up all stakeholders in the field of conference tourism, a body that will not be subject to any other political variants, but meticulously it will work to the benefit of conference growth in our land. I'm pretty confident about the evolution of this endeavor since the already accumulated experience when it comes to the completion of big conferences are a legacy for the future. Our conference equipment is iconic throughout Greece. The marvelous scientific personnel, mainly at university, with which we are in close cooperation and which has the possibility and the will through our support to suggest the organization, the execution of big events in our city, the infrastructure and the beauties of our city may guarantee a pleasant stay for all delegates and also guarantee the success of our endeavor. Thank you. And then we traveled to Yanina through you. Thank you for that. Now from Ioannina to an island. Let us go to Mykonos. We have Mr. Konstantinos Koukas. Let us see him please online. Well, Mr. Koukas, we only chat through Skype. How are you? What's up?
Sooner or later you will come to Mykonos and we'll meet in person, right? So Mykonos and environment, tourism, Mykonos and environment. How do you use the environment on your island? In many ways. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for having organized this conference. Unfortunately, because of some prior commitments, I could not join you there physically. But thank you very much for the invitation, though. Sustainability is a special parameter of development, and so having that in mind, I would like to share some thoughts with you. The international and national experience from the large destinations has highlighted the risk of altering the particular identity of any destination, as well as other social consequences and environmental consequences. These, the local, the municipalities, the regions, the state, and all local stakeholders need to share their own part of responsibility. And these are very specific responsibilities. The state should approve laws focusing on safeguarding the local identities and bearing capacity of each and every territory, but also create the necessary checks and balances for the enforcement of laws. Local government should claim from the state and any investor the respect and recognition of the right for free infrastructure, a local ecosystem. The businessmen should understand that their profits also come from the particular natural beauty of the destination. So the local society overall needs to understand that we all need to abide by the law and uphold any efforts made to safeguard the residential and natural environment. All that is a chain. We need to take care that no ring is broken. Our island, Mykonos, is a top world destination and has contributed hundreds of millions of euros to the state fund, and each and every year continues to create thousands of jobs. And this year will also probably be extremely good. In this framework, considering both the opportunities and challenges, we have specific objectives and a clear strategy from the very beginning. Our main priority is to create an overall holistic development plan with a view to upgrading infrastructure and creating a special plan which will take on board all the new elements which emerged over the past years. I am satisfied because in conjunction with the SETA Institute and the Ministry of Labour, some months ago we carried out a study about the sustainable development on Mykonos with a clear description of the interventions that need to be made. Some days ago, the Technical Chamber of Greece selected the contractor for the master plan of Mykonos drafting, and after coordinated actions, we have also managed to ensure the necessary funds to upgrade the infrastructure on our island. Let me not tire you with the infrastructure, but for example, we have the biological network, the Antonis Tritsis program, desalination. We have managed to secure millions of euros to upgrade our infrastructure. In conjunction with the state, we also promote the implementation of all projects. The brand new Mavroyeni airport, the interconnection with the underwater network, grid, closed gym, LED lighting, and the extension of the PPC grid are just some examples. We are resolute to make use of all the necessary legal remedies to avert any interventions which contrast what we view as sustainable development. These are specific kinds of what are called strategic investments. The Council of State, a couple of months ago, judged a draft illegal for an investment in an opera, and so we are extremely satisfied with the ruling of the Council of State, which goes hand in hand with the decision of our town hall, which from the very beginning was against. Again, the Council of State proved right the town council to stop all the heavy activities in specific months of the year, the construction works, especially during the summer years, the peak tourist period. And despite all the disagreements, the Council of State proved us right. And there are similar examples from Mykonos and Paros, and this means that eventually now we have a case law that needs to be taken into consideration by the Greek state when passing similar laws for how sustainable development needs to be on these top destinations as our islands are. Mykonos wants to provide a realistic response to what is an uncontrollable development and growth apart from a top tourist destination. Mykonos wants to become a top cultural destination, which is why we have taken targeted initiatives unifying the archaeological sites of our the Hora in Mykonos. We promote Delos, which administratively belongs to the municipality of Mykonos. We have enhanced our cooperation with the Ministry of Culture, and in February we put forward a proposal on the occasion of the Expo Dubai about the creation of an international forum entitled Sustainable Tourism and Identity of Societies, with a view to creating a platform for the exchange of views in tourism, art, science and culture. I would like to thank you for listening and thank you for having me there. Thank you very much, Mr. Koukas, for having shared with us some case studies. I would like to thank all the mayors here, Mr. Stergiou, Mr. Elisaf. It is the municipality of Ioanniton in Greek, rather than of Ioannina. But anyway, we do have, therefore, Mr. Koukas, Mayor of Mykonos, Mayor of Ioannina, Mr. Elisaf, and Mrs. Stergiou, Mayor of Stylida. Thank you again. Thank you all for having been here with us.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello. You already see from this card the hat of Mr. Vangelos Kyriazopoulos, who is Secretary General of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Digital Policy. You know that this takes more time than 10 minutes as we have at our disposal to open it up. Let us go in depth, but let us start to get aligned with the issue of this conference. Choose Greece. As we know that Greece is an insular country. We have a coastline with many ports. We might all understand what happens in big and small ports, so let us see What goes on? What about tourism without ships or vessels? Let's see what happens in the transport connections, and then we shall talk about everything else. Hello, thank you very much for this invitation. Of course, it's not just about tourism, it's about social cohesion. We have obligation as a state, with 15% of our country population being in insular areas, to be served, to cover the main needs. That is transport for health reasons, transport for taking food to islands, but also exports of local insular products towards the hinterland or countries abroad.
Μήνες το χρόνο, 365 μέρες το χρόνο.
This is the main thing, 365 days per year. Apart from that, there is tourism, of course. Coastal shipping, for the last many years, I would argue, is the main feeder of the tourist flow towards islands. Then we have added to that airplanes, and there will be the seaplanes in some areas, but the main feeder of the tourist flow to islands is coastal shipping. We are doing well, I would say. Within this whole difficult conjuncture, something was changing in the last year. We saw to what an extent coastal shipping helped the tourist development of the islands in the post-COVID era. We had to face significant problems. I didn't mention that when it comes to small islands, we had undertaken a fund of 90 million per year that we had for the financing of unprofitable lines, and for the last 3 years we have reached that to 138 million euros, increasing largely different lines. That is, we interconnect islands, not just connection between islands and the hinterland, offering better quality ships, better quality, and increasing the different options for tourist growth and internal tourism. Let's give you an example. Castellorejo, you know how important it is for political reasons. Yes, for political reasons as well. There were 2 or 3 fairs in summer. Right now we're talking about 8 different options. That is daily. Yes, but Mr. Kyriazopoulos, now let me tell you a counter argument. Since you have a stock taken in your ministry, you might see that some releases are saying isolation for the X region. You are saying that you have increased by 50 million the subsidy of these unprofitable lines, and you have increased the network as well from one island to another. Always somebody will feel that if something changes, if something happens to their health, they will be isolated. The truth is the truth in between what you are saying and between the maximalist claim of societies against society. Scientifically speaking, what a renowned scientist used to say in the field of insular economy is that the island is and should be an island, and you understand the consequence of that. You cannot turn the island into a hinterland, and for sure, not even the islanders want to. A characteristic example is Salamina Island. There is a proposal to have an underwater connection. Many people react when it comes to losing this characteristic of an island. The health-related issue is very important. We have greatly increased, as I told you before, routes, and this is proven greatly in the last years. If you go to an island, I believe you go even to your region, and they will tell you how coastal shipping has helped during the last many years when it comes to the support of local economy, especially during the COVID era, because transfers were restricted. Even in Mykonos, we saw Mr. Koukas, the mayor of Mykonos before, even Mykonos was faced by the Ministry of Maritime Affairs as an unprofitable line, because ships didn't go there. Islanders need to see the ship and, of course, see goods along. Our ministry financed all different ships to follow the unprofitable lines. What I mean is that the island remains an island. Rather, politics were trying to enhance the feeling of safety amongst islanders. Right now, there are 8, and we shall order another 10 vessels of the Hellenic Coast Guard which also exist in your area. They can also become ambulances on water. Yes, they have come to Skopelos and Kathos. Now, you know, we have the clock ticking. I'm trying to raise as many questions as possible. In your portfolio, you also have infrastructure directly related to tourism. I'm talking about marinas, because many marinas belong to the private sector, so it is a bit more difficult. Administration is more mixed, but the trade unionists from the yachting industry were grumpy enough, and they said that you have liberalized the market. We are paying for the solidarity, for the security fund, but what about foreigners? They will put the flag, any flag they want, and they won't leave anything to our country. They have the benefits, and we don't have them. What's the truth? Well, during the Holy Week, this law passed when it comes to yachting ships. I believe that overall, the whole sector of maritime tourism was totally not organized. The last bill was modified for 60 or 70 times. Even to us, we didn't know it fully. After so many amendments, the market was in a turmoil. Following our legislation, we tried to encode to simplify all the procedures, and then the totality of the maritime tourism market is satisfied. The only difference lies within two specific articles, given the possibility to some vessels from 35 meters and longer, the so-called mega yachts, to be able to enter for a specific time period, for 21 days that is, in a legal way in our country. During the summertime, you are going to see many yachts that exist in Greece illegally. Right now, we give the possibility for 21 days for these cruise ships, to enter legally in our country and prepay their VAT. Well, yes, but on one hand, I understand. On the other hand, there are mechanisms understaffed, so you don't have a way to check the many pirates, as you describe them. Yes, this is a technical difficulty. Apart from the Coast Guard, you understand that the Coast Guard is not just facing tourism, but anything. The Alonso's Park and how it should be guarded, for instance. Imagine what happens now in the in the eastern borders of our country, and I'm talking, of course, about the migratory flows coming from Turkey. So we are talking about an organization which tries to do a lot, save humans at risk, at sea. It is very difficult for these thousands of vessels to be checked at any given moment. Okay, do we have, I imagine rather that we have different type of ports, the ones that belong to the public sector, the ones that are going to be under tender. So do you have different priorities vis-a-vis investments that will take place in ports? Because up to now, we talked about the intangible, that is the subsidy of the different maritime lines. But what about infrastructure? Well, I'm talking about cruise ships that need a bigger depth, so we need a constant maintenance. Yes. Cruise ships are a part of this whole thing of serving the ports. We're talking about fishing vessels, bigger, smaller boats. We need to have them all. That is why we're trying to build infrastructure. Of course, we're not able in every island to have big infrastructure, big ports to serve cruise ships. Right now, we have proposals, for the last many years, I would say, we have proposals for infrastructure that is bigger than the island itself, because they believe that with a big infrastructure, they will attract a big cruise ship or some big vessels, and thus they're going to solve the local problem. We must abide by the golden rule. There are priorities. Money will end sometime. In this case, there are priorities. The government has entered a logic to use some ports through Taipei, the real estate fund, and then through the different port funds, we're trying to intervene in a way so that we can serve this huge coastline that we have. No other country in the world has such a coastline, apart from Indonesia maybe. The port infrastructure is the hardest in the world. Now, end of time, end of discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed for this invitation. I'm at your disposal. Whatever you might want, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am editor-in-chief in business.gr, and we will talk about the development potential in central Greece, my region of origin, which I believe has a great potential indeed. It is the easy access through the national road network, the ski resorts, the beautiful beaches, monasteries. So we certainly could not have more ideal interlocutors than Fannis Spanos, the governor of Central Greece region, and the deputy governor of Tourism and Sports from the region, Mr. Ilias Bourmas. Governor, highly developing region despite the problems of the natural disasters over the past years. Why Sterea Elada? Why Central Greece is so important in the sector of tourism? Good afternoon to all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here. I would like to grasp the opportunity to talk about definitely the most beautiful part of the world. Don't misunderstand me, but the truth be told, the visitors of central Greece can indeed have unique experiences, and this is what we have been focusing on in our far-reaching strategy to render this unique region known to all as a tourist destination, which was not always the case, of course, in the past. And we try also to promote our region abroad. And despite the natural disasters you touched upon, but also the pandemic and the current energy crisis, Central Greece has been quickly developing, ranking first or second in the increase in arrivals, collections, and income produced by tourism. And of course, this, first and foremost, is due to the local proposition. This, we have to say that it also has a great area. It starts from Domokos up to Evrytania, Chalkida, Fokida. It is the second largest region in the country from Skiros, which is our port, up to the western border with Etolo-Karnania, is a region that indeed offers tourist products all year round with Velouchi and Parnassos, ski resorts, cultural sites, including Thermopylae and Delphi, and a great potential for what we call as alternative tourism, be it alternative in terms of sport or in terms of experience, including gastronomy. Yes, I was about to ask you, let me ask Mr. Burmas. Beautiful beaches, our mountains, ski resorts. Are there any initiatives taken to favor alternative tourism, including religious tourism, agro-tourism? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you very much for your question. This is an opportunity, starting from what our governor has said, for an important region. Allow me to say that this is the central Greece region with Delphi and Thermopylae. But this is the Greece of 2022, in which the world tourism trend dictate tourism on the basis of experiences. And so we are delighted to have taken a series of initiatives and actions which are attractive, both in terms of quality of the venues, but also the methods we have adopted to implement them. I'm thinking of what you have been saying, our beaches and ski resorts, but also the hiking trails. We have a series of trails in all 5 provinces. We rank high also in sports tourism, which has always actually been our focus. Karpenisi traditionally was the venue where all the main teams would prepare in the past, and international events opt for Greece currently, and sometimes also central Greece. A flagship being the Acropolis Rally, which we were delighted to welcome last year as a member of the WRC. And, of course, the World Etape, which today saw the beginning from the flagship Delphi starting point. An action which is worth noting is also the following. 55 networks, 144 households watch the ETA, and so the region of central Greece travels around the globe. Many initiatives, but I don't mean to tire you with more examples. These are just some of the most typical. Mr. Burmas said that in central Greece, sports events take place as the Acropolis Rally. So the word extroversion, is it the key word in central Greece? Indeed, it is a key word for tourism in central Greece, but behind that, there's something really simple: the effort to link a unique place to the tourist income, which is specific and can be calculated and measured. And all this, of course, is not automatic. Bridging that distance is not automatic, which is why we focus on 4 pillars: promotion, extroversion, and openness action, as Acropolis twinings with other cities. Yes, certainly, although twining as an institutional tool is between municipalities, so there's no there are no twin regions, but rather twin municipalities. But we do have structured and coordinated relationships, and close relationship with other regions abroad, as Tel Aviv, for example, which is a powerful market for central Greece, or Romania, which again is an important market for us. Last year we went to Iasia together with other institutional bodies on the occasion of the bicentenary of the Greek Revolution. So you were saying 4 pillars: promotion, extroversion, infrastructure. In other words, we are implementing a wide-ranging project of urban regeneration and renovation of archaeological sites, interventions in marinas, and last but not least, studies. So we are organizing, starting from this year's tourist program, we organize an observatory in order to record, to quantify and instrumentalize all the data arising from the studies, and so we know how to take targeted action. So we don't actually let alone the tourism develop on its own. We try to take targeted actions and to convert the beauty into number of visitors. Mr. Burmas, there is Delphi in central Greece. There are international monuments, okay, and also a long history in the history of the Greek Revolution. Is civilization and history yet another lever for development? Yes, of course, it goes without saying. From the first day of our mandate, we have been focusing on tourism, culture, gastronomy, with all the consequences arising therefrom. As you rightly pointed out, there are still Viotias, Osios Lukas, and Delphi are also World Heritage rank in the world, feature in the World Heritage list. And of course, we cannot but use the cultural aspect in order to promote our tourist proposition. But our decision is to combine it with all the other products that the region of central Greece can propose in order to have a holistic proposition for either domestic visitors who, despite the crisis, still opt for central Greece. Since 2020, we have a high occupancy rate, for example, and, of course, for foreign nationals. So, yes, we focus on tourism, on history, together with gastronomy, in order to have a fully fledged product which we also export abroad, addressing all the markets of the world. On the one hand, taking into consideration the number of visitors from various markets, and on the other hand, trying to increase the attractiveness of our region. The region of Central Aegean, Central Greece, has been ranking up to third in with reference to the revenue coming from tourists, and I do believe that we have a unique tourist proposition, a product that it's worth experiencing. Mr. Spanos, when you consolidate the heart of Greece, you laid emphasis on the infrastructure. Euboea last year suffered because of the wild forest fires, natural landscape which vanished. But we know that actions are being taken to regain life, to renew the life there. Share with us what is being done so that all of us together, visitors and all of us who come from Euboea, may contribute to its revival. There's an architectural principle according to which just lighten whatever you cannot conceal, and that was our rationale in Euboea, together with the municipalities and the state, of course. So to restructure, to promote the restructuring of northern Euboea, focusing on tourism as well. So we have decided not to conceal what has happened. We, and by doing quite the contrary, what is called as crowd branding, that is, we tell people, come to northern Euboea. First, because it's still beautiful. Second, because you also contribute socially by going there. And this has worked. It has delivered. And so in the upcoming tourist season, we have high arrivals. So you actually involve the people, you engage the people in the effort to trigger the renewal of Euboea. And of course, this goes hand in hand with a far-reaching infrastructure program, which is necessary for the smooth operation of our region. This is our rationale, this is our philosophy, and it pervades all our actions. You know, sometimes we may have in mind the distance, the local distance. Chalkis to Lamia may seem to us too long a distance, but for some domestic or a foreign visitor, this may not be that distant. And so although region of central Greece is the second largest in Greece, for a visitor it may not be that large because there are so many highlights that one can experience, and so the visitors may decide one or the other. We said earlier that Easter was great. Euboea, Theotida, Evrytania, Viotia ranked high and had high arrivals. So what is your estimate about next summer? Relying on the same figures, I suppose that our forecast is the same. Now, being realistic, what we can say is that the current reservations show that probably we will touch high occupancy rates, especially towards the peak of the tourist season. And based on that, we are thinking of extending the tourist season or attracting people who would spend more money during their stay. Do you have something to add, Mr. Bourmas? I would like to add this. Amidst the pandemic and quite a difficult situation for the whole planet, we applied the motto, turn the crisis into an opportunity. In other words, we have safeguarded, from a healthcare point of view, our region. We have shown people that our region is safe. So when people were afraid of boarding on a ship or flying, we convinced people to take their car and drive to the region of central Greece. So during the winter months, we had high occupancy rate, although it was in the pandemic. So figures in 2020 and 2021 were close to the figures of 2019. So many people got to know our region also during the pandemic, and all that has been encouraging, and we believe that the signals are reassuring. Easter also had a high occupancy rate. So for Chalkida, we had 100%, Karpenisi close to 90%, southern Euboea close to 90%, the remaining of Euboea close to 70%. 1st May, we will see the same occupancy rate. And so we are super optimists in view of the summer. And this gives us strength to continue. These are rates, these are percentages that also may incentivize investors, right? Certainly. This is very important to say. Suffice it just to provide an example. Currently, five-star hotels are being built in Euboea right now. 5 years ago, the whole region of central Greece only had 5 hotels. So this is a doubling of the existing figures. And this is what you're saying. that all that has certainly attracted investment and investors together with the efforts made at the central level. So the private capital is here to invest. And now we have all available beds. In the past, even if someone wanted to visit the region of central Greece, the hotel beds did not suffice. Now we are in a position to welcome all the people interested in coming. What does this occupancy rate says? That for those who are interested in coming, you need to book early. In Eubia, there's nothing left, I have to say. So thank you very much. Our trip to central Greece is over. Now it is up to you to travel there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Deputy Governor. Thank you very much for having us here, and we will be delighted to welcome you to central Greece.
Καλησπέρα και πάλι στο...
Good afternoon. We are towards the end of this very beautiful organization, Choose Greece 2022. It has been the first time that this takes place in person without public. We said that the protocols have become relaxed, but not to the extent that we have wanted to. The agenda was public. We have some losses. That is, Mr. Kasapidis, governor for Western Macedonia region, is not with us because we had a delay. It's logical. You know, if we are in delay 2 minutes for each panel, this is a problem for the last one. And then there were some family obligations for the Deputy Governor of Tourism, Mrs. Kalogeropoulou. But we have with us from the Northern region, Mr. Moutouris. Hello, Governor. We have from Crete. And I stressed it because this is the absolute south. Imagine Riavdos, southern Crete. Mr. Kotsoglu. I was impressed at him because he has a passion, and he is Deputy Governor of Tourism Region of Crete. We will have online Mr. Alexakis, who is also a Vice Regional Governor, responsible for tourist issues. Hello, Mr. Alexakis. Hello, hello. For the Ionian Islands. We will be with you shortly.
Κύριε Μουτζούρη.
Mr. Moutouris, you are a person who was born on the island, which is the seat of the region, because many are the islands that are parts of your region. So when you came to Athens for studies, then you stayed here for many different years. You became a dean of the National Technical University. Again, they name you as such. Yes, only that, dean. No governor. They say, good morning, dean. Or they're using the famous accent of Lesbos. Now, somebody asks you, what is this famous Lesbos about? I don't know. What did you tell him rather, back then when you were a student? I mean, what could be an attractive comment for Lesbos? Well, it is an island full of cultures. Since antiquity, the era of Pitakosarion, Sappho, and of course until Venesis, Mirivilis, famous poets in Greece, Elitis as well. All of them come from Lesbos Island. Consequently, there's a huge tradition in culture as manifested in writing, but also through artifacts and illustrated texts. Apart from the religious interest in this island, the main reply would be culture. Okay, yes, for a teenager, this is not that attractive. That is why we don't have teenagers. Okay, I see. Only dads come to us. The migration crisis, was it an obstacle to any tourist flow? Yes, it was a huge problem. Was it mainly for your island, Chios, Lesbos, and Samos? But mainly for Lesbos, it was a huge problem. If you imagine that when we took office in September 2019, this was the peak of the flow, of the migration flow. In 2-3 months' time, in Lesbos, we had 25,000 migrants who, back then, in 2015, this population of 25,000 people consisted of refugees mainly, that wanted to flee war in Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, but also gradually, as years passed by, from 2016 onwards, this population turned to exclusively financial migrants who, yes, but back then there was no any organizational condition. It was an uncontrolled situation. Yes, from the previous government until the first months of this government, yes, it was an uncontrolled situation. Let us not turn it into a political situation. No, I'm talking about the facts that coincide with this time period. Don't turn it into a political discussion. This government, since February 2020, when we had the incidents in Lesbos or Evros, etc., changed tactics. Luckily, this government managed to control borders. They managed to evacuate to get rid of all problems. Now we have 1,300 instead of 25,000 people on Lesbos. We're talking about Greece. We're talking about the tourist product. And let me overcome the political comment. Besides, you were elected as an independent. Yes, and again I will run as an independent. And if a political party tells you, no, I need no support from any political party, thank you. All right, Mytilene, tradition, antiquity, culture, arts, letters. Chios, give me 5 words for each case. Chios, the homeland of Homer, of course, well distinguished for the last 3 or 4 centuries when it comes to trade, and quite lately in maritime affairs. Chios is the queen of the maritime transport throughout the 5 oceans on the planet. Inouses and Chios is the homeland for the biggest ship owners in Greece. There's no headache there because all ship owners may solve problems. They have undertaken the issues. Well, they could do more. All right, Samos. It's the crown jewel of tourism in the Aegean. Why? Because on the one hand, it is a green island. On the other hand, there are many historic relics from Iraeon to the Eupalinion Origma, which is a big project. Yes. We started from two different points, and through a geometric method, you try to coincide excavation. It is a huge endeavor. The tunnel of Eupalinos is a unique endeavor. Using the stars, they managed to match these 2 points of the tunnel. Off microphone, the other speaker. Yes, he doesn't have a mic, Mr. Kotsoglu. He says that there have been special references of Homer to this tunnel. And of course, there are smaller islands, Ikaria, Limnos, for you. Ikaria, yes, it is a peculiar island, I would say, that gets the attention of many Greeks. Apart from the 2 years of the COVID, many young Greeks go to the famous Panegyria, to the big festivities of Ikaria, having party from midnight until the early morning. Okay, scientists have said so, but please make that more popular for me. What happens with people? Is it a matter of soul? Is it a matter of mentality? You mean about longevity? Yes. Mr. Stefanadis, the renowned cardiologist and MP coming from Samos, has studied this topic. He has studied the parameters of this phenomenon. Apart from the DNA or anything else, he says that people in their well-being are more easygoing. They are a bit indifferent, I would say. They are lovely people, but they don't take all matters that serious. They're a bit more frivolous, I would say. Maybe this is the secret. Yes, but if the equation means people that reach 100 years of age, then why not adopt it? Yes, and first me should adopt this mindset. Now, from the Northern Aegean, let's go to Crete. I was quite jealous, Mr. Kotsoglu. When you sent me the video, I believe that we're going to watch the video. The big picture, or first the type coming to the office. No, because there's a contradiction with what the governor has just said. There is a guy who carries the rock of the Acropolis. This is what you feel. Pressure, anxiety, and just a remembrance drives him back to what is normal and humane. Are we going to watch the video? Yes, please use the podium. Thank you. Thank you. You are the Deputy Governor of Tourism, region of Crete. You are a person of tourism. You have been a staff of tourism. So... Well, I know what I'm talking about. Crete has the class of a journalist and the academic nature of the dean. Okay, now, since we're not going to have any other stops, I will start with the fact that tourism is a Greek word. Few people know about it. From tourism, from Tornos, this ended up to tourism. Let us know us better. Since everybody's talking about his own region, let's see what tourist industry means for Crete. 1 out of 6 visitors come from Crete, and 1 out of 5 euros comes from Crete. 5.5 million euros for 2019, and 45 million euros of overnight stays, an average stay 8 days. But there is also the flip side of the coin. We didn't come here to say that all things are rosy. 4.5 million arrivals have a significant footprint. Seasonality is like my back. In Heraklion Airport, we go well beyond 2.5 million people for May, June, July, August. For our hotels, we have this image, along the beach, for instance. In reality, the more than 260,000 beds create one question. Later, in the last 2 years, Crete has repositioned itself on the tourist map. 2 out of 3 were recurring tourists, repeaters. This changed. 2 out of 3 were youngsters. The age was up to 35. Up to 35 years of age, it was 60%, and the age group from 65 onwards decreased. The type of shelter changed. We are now in favor of what we could name isolation. We could have a whole TV show about isolated Crete. We are a bit confused. Pandemic, climate change, health, economy, war. During the last 2 years, we were starting our presentation using this symbol. Luckily, due to the global partnership, it's now high time we re-hugged. The sanitary protocols from May 1st will become lighter. No need for a certificate, so Crete may come closer, because believe me, this gap is quite harmful for Crete. We will have a marvelous year. If we don't overcome 2019 this year, we will do it in 2023. We will play with all new challenges, all new ones. The issue is that we can have a sustainable future. This is the characteristic of Crete. We didn't come here to say that everything is good. This is our carte postale. That is, Mr. Polizos is in this area. But is this a reality? This is Balos, mentioned by many speakers. In reality, if we have a better look, we will see that during the first visit, foreigners want to come by 37% in Balos. When they go there, their experience is a bit disappointing. That disappointing that they want that this drops to 22%. Contrary to Samaria, mentioned by many, the 17% wants to go, a humble percentage, 1 out of 5. But when it comes to the second time, 19% wants to go. Religious destinations, the archaeological sites, percentages become double. We are not doing something well. We are tiring the destination. Is it easy for people not to go to Balos or Chrysi? Can we say that London will lose Big Ben or Rome, the Colosseum? We must not only depend on that. Should we see the limit of people? That is, let us not Venice do it first, because Venice has 30 million visitors. It announced it a bit earlier. Think of the climate change. Alexandros Alexopoulos put it in a good way. This will create a new problem. Even a bigger need, rather, to decrease the temperature, more air conditioning, and bigger feeling of that. This year, all European capitals had lots of sun. We don't like it. What should we do? We must not be hypocrites. Our planet wants sustainability, and our world wants a well-being. The thematic architecture of Crete, this is what should be deployed at all levels. We must take good care of Balos to have these moments as well. Balance and sustainability in the mainland, across the south and the north, in nature, in the inland, in the well-being, and of course in the mountains. We don't have a university in the top 100 in the world, but we have a peak in the top 100 peaks in the world. This quote says, you must forget the coast in order to discover a place. New York Times, what are they saying? If you want to have the best ski in the world, they are showing an image from Crete. Clearly, you can see that the snowy peaks are there, and the sea, of course, as well as Ouzo. The distance between them is 40 minutes. This is Crete in reality. We should understand, but we would need 2 other TV shows. So people should become mature and not just visit the 5-star hotels. We have the 30% of 5-star hotels, not 5 5-star hotels. The 30% of all Greek 5-star hotels are in Crete. Then conditions are mature, so the visitor might come, climb the White Mountain, get to Asterousia, get to Kos, Fiera Creta, and then they can visit the park of Sitia. Digital nomads, balance. How should we move on? Let us see what is the bestseller. People need food, pilgrimage, look into the products, take good care of being smart, measure the climate crisis, because climate crisis is ante portas, but let us be critical. Why? Because this land was not inherited by our great fathers, but should be bequeathed to our children. Think of the different research from Spain. They wanted us to share with them the story of Crete. 83% of our visitors believes that there should be sustainable trips. 60% believes that COVID-19 increased the will for sustainability, and 53% of visitors prioritize in the environment. Authenticity. This is the buzzword for Crete. Exactly next to me, I see the councillor of the regional governor, who is responsible for this campaign, authenticity above all. Choose Greece for 2022. She put it quite rightly, the mayor of Stilida. Choose Greece, choose Crete forever. Enjoy this video.
Όχι, ήταν η ώρα που ανάλαβε. Λοιπόν, κόπηκε στο καλύτερο.
That was the best part, wasn't it? Okay, let me tell you. This is Oscar winning, Oscar nomination. I don't mean, of course, to compare the two regions, but Mr. Alexakis, I would really try to strike a balance between the feeling created by this image. Now, let us now go from Crete to the Ionian island. Let us talk with Mr. Alexakis, Vice Governor for Ionian Island. Now, okay, you need to try hard, because really this video was so challenging, charmed us all. Certainly, what can we say after this presentation and after the presentation made by Kyriakos? So, dear friend, good afternoon. I would like to greet Kyriakos Kotsoglou. I fully agree with you on your introduction. He is a very skilled and experienced executive of the region of Crete, and I regularly contact him being less experienced than him, to ask for his assistance, and he always is there to stand by us. Is he a founding father in your sector? Well, I would say he is a semi-god in the second-tier local government. Okay, I see the tick-tock of the clock, so let us, without further ado, give you the floor. I asked you to try hard to charm us equally. Well, this is not my intention. I would never dare to compete against Crete. No, having said that, and jokes apart, I would like to thank you for having me here. I believe that Choose Greece 2022 was an extremely interesting organization, and it gave the floor to approximately all the regions across the country to share experiences and opinions. This is the last panel, as you anticipated, and being that the last panel, let me tell you that we missed this kind of meetings over the past 2 years, not only because of the COVID related restrictions, but also because today's event really reminds us how essential it is to have communication and interaction one with the other. The Greek tourism and all the relevant activities certainly suffered a lot from the pandemic, and as was expected, the season that is about to start creates high expectations, both in all Greece, of course, and in the region of Ionian Islands and on Corfu, although we had an exquisite Easter. Remarkable, I mean, Easter in terms of arrivals and revenue that can be compared to the same period of 2019. So that was a very reassuring and encouraging starting point of the new season, tourist season, which of course fills us with joy and expectations. At the same time, there's the threat of the war of Ukraine. We'll see what will happen with that. Certainly, we are trying to ponder the new data and to use to the utmost the experience of the pandemic. Mr. Alexakis, how can we interpret figures for this year? Mr. Kotsoglu said that we will be close to 2019. Is this your objective, and is it realistic? Certainly, if this is a target, it is quite realistic. Even the Easter, as I said, were close to the occupancy rate of 2019. There was a very small decline, a small fall in the visitors choosing the Corfu port, but at the same time we saw higher arrivals by air. So the tourist season, I believe, will be very close to the figures achieved in 2019, which to us, too, was an excellent year. Now, we talked earlier also about infrastructure. I would like to know whether the state has responded to your needs for infrastructure, to your requests for infrastructure. Now, look, infrastructure on our islands, especially on Corfu, used to be obsolete, used to be in a bad condition, especially the road network had to be renovated, and I believe that the region, together with the municipality and the competent ministries, are taking some interventions to that end. We are not fully satisfied, but certainly some interventions have started, and hopefully next year we will be able to talk about a fully organized network across all the islands of our region. Certainly, I believe that the road network, at least the road infrastructure, will be renovated by 80%, although much needs to be done. What needs to be done? What still needs to be done? Please be concise. We have worked with the marinas too, out of the several smaller marinas located on our islands, were used to be neglected and untapped. And so two of them were granted as a concession to investors. We have kind of a mobility when it comes to investments. Interventions to upgrade the marinas on the other islands are being made. At the same time, we have been focusing on marinas in order to upgrade in the near future the yachting sector, and I believe we will deliver in that. And we have several investments in the pipeline for an increase in the five-star hotels. I believe that 2019 was the offspring, the 2019 results, I mean, was the offspring of all the efforts made previously. Because of the pandemic, there has been a deadlock, but hopefully, after these 2 difficult years, this is a return to normality. And thanks to the interventions on our islands, I am talking about all the Ionian islands. We will see an increase in arrivals. And of course, every Ionian island is a destination per se, but the region of Ionian Islands overall is also a destination. A single destination should be viewed as such. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexakis. Thank you very much. I would like to close this session with you again, Mr. Mouzouris. Go back to you. Let us not compare, let us not make comparisons, right? I mean, every region has its own identity. But to my last question, whether the state responds to the requests, not about the ideal infrastructure, but what is self-explanatory, what is necessary. What can you answer to me? Well, I can say that there are available funds. This I can assure you. I believe that the problem with all regions is that we are understaffed. Okay, but certainly if you have the money, you can even outsource, right? Why should you have more employees? The vice governor of the region of Ionian Islands talked about infrastructure. You know what? The bottleneck is the available employees for the implementation of projects. What do you mean? Do you mean that there is a lack of the shortage of HR? That your services are not staffed? Yes, this is what I mean, that we are understaffed. I can see that Mr. Kotsoglu wants to say something, but we are running out of time. So, briefly, sir. Thank you. Infrastructure, procedures, and human resources are the resolution to the problem, or who creates the problem. Now, the video you watched comes from an NSRF project which our service produces in-house. So we ask the management authority, and knowing what are the available funds, we do everything in-house. I mean, if there were the money, then the necessary infrastructure would have materialized already. Okay, last word by Mr. Mouzouris. During the presentations of the other panelists talked about the crisis and the pandemic and the war in Ukraine and so on and so forth. Just think that the North Aegean region has also been subject to the migrant pressure. So the image making of the region is very important. If 2 years ago you traveled to London, the only thing you would see, you would watch, would have been the Moria camp. So the image making is very important, and the state needs to take care of the brand name of our island. Thank you. I will keep that as a main request. Now, I am sure that he is young enough not to be too surprised. I would like to give the floor again to Mr. Varouxis for some final remarks. Certainly, these conferences which you usually attend or may attend as you wish from your office require hard work by many people. And this was a non-stop. So, Mr. Varouxis, please go to the podium and... But before that, you know, Mr. Varouxis is one of the executives who work as hard as their partners, is not only present by phone. He is here work and night, so we need to congratulate you and each and every one of your team. This is the first time Choose Greece is taking place with physical presence, and certainly we will be here next year and the next years. Thank you very much for your kind words. I would like to thank also the governor and vice governor for being here. I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers from across the country. I believe that today we are laying the foundations to create something that we conceived as an idea a year ago, and something which was missing, in my view. Some years ago, when we used to visit foreign fairs, we were able to see that Greece was lagging behind against London, Russia, etc. Not because there was no will, but because there was no organization. So every region back then was trying alone with a very with inadequate funds to promote itself against giant competitions. I can remember Turkey in Berlin had spent millions of euro with a stand that was as large as a pavilion, and we spent something like 100 or 200 euro. So we would like Choose Greece to become an institution in order to give some time to listen to the experts, to the people of the market, but also to the people who each and every day have the responsibility for the promotion of the region. And let us not forget that tourism is indeed the industry of Greece. Hopefully next year we will be even bigger. And if we manage to contribute even slightly to this country's GDP, then we will be more than satisfied. Thank you again. I would like to thank our sponsors, the region of Attica, the region of Western Greece, the region of Central Greece, Mitch's Hotels, Greek Hotel, Andemar, Bede, Dianoisis, Stavros Niarchos Cultural Center, a mirror of the open and extrovert, innovative Greece we would like to see in the future. I would like to thank all the moderators, including you, Mr. Polizos, Mrs. Nikolciu, all those who moderated the discussions which took place here. I would like to thank, first of all, my team. I would like to thank all of you and see you next year. I don't know exactly where. Maybe that will come as a surprise. Why not on Crete, right? Or in Northern Aegean. We will see. So see you next year.